Welcome to the Select Board meeting for Monday, July 22nd. Call to order at 6:06 p.m. First item of business is negotiations with Rural Development Incorporated regarding the Care Drive Land Development Agreement. Welcome. Whoever would like to join us at the front table from the team, please come on up.
Excuse me, Chair, I will be recusing myself at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Did you get that? Thank you.
Good evening.
Welcome. If you would just introduce yourselves for the
Sure.
viewing audience.
Sure. Thanks for having us tonight and for also for taking us out of order. Gina Gavoni, Executive Director of Rural Development, Inc.
Alyssa LaRuse, Housing Development Director, Rural Development, Inc.
Welcome. Scott, do you want to start us off on this one?
Yeah.
If you would.
So I know you, in your packet, you had, or we've had previously a red line version, which was very cumbersome to go through and read. We met at, 2 o'clock this afternoon for another half hour or so, and we had all councils, or at least our council was present and able to give some more insight and answer some questions based on recommendations. Brian sent out a clean copy that hopefully both of you have, and it highlights just a couple of outstanding issues that we have still open related to the ownership of documents. And in our conversation, we understand where we all stand on that, and we just have to make sure that we get with council again to make sure we draft the language to capture what we had talked about.
Okay.
And so the idea is, just on that piece that is still outstanding, if it's an item that we create, it's our document, we create it, we own it, they have access to it in relation to this project, and the flip-flop. If they're creating stuff, we don't want to take ownership of their documents. That means it opens up the town and Brian to a whole host of, requests when it comes to public information requests, and these are documents that we did not generate, we didn't create them, we don't want to own them. So the language was ambiguous at best that Donna had come up with, so we want to really clean that up so that it is a delineation of who owns what, but we all have access to utilize each other's working documents or final documents as it relates to this project. Not the work in progress or work notes, but the actual final documents that are created. So that's what 6.22 is going to address a little cleaner. The indemnity one, it's very clear that it was written by our council on behalf of the town. It is to indemnify us, and
Right.
the question that their council was not able to get back to them because they got it so late is, where's the language for the reciprocating indemnification, and how does that work? And so we had a little dialogue about that, but we're going to let both councils sort of chew on that one a little bit and get back to us again. Other than that, out of all of the red line, Felicity had given a whole bunch of edits for the first one off of the template. I would say most of those came through as accepted agreements, accepted amendments. Our council, Donna, had provided some feedback. Most of those were accepted. These were just the few outliers that are left. We weren't able to finalize those today. We were hoping, but it just didn't come to fruition. So we have a couple of outstanding issues. After that, it'll be ready to bring forward for a vote. I will say, even if we were inclined to want to vote, their council has not had time to see some of the amendments that were
Understood.
proposed, so it's not.
Well, there's a lot there too, so
There is.
I appreciate the work that you guys were doing, even to the last minute, obviously,
Yeah.
where we usually try to get things in by Thursday to have time to review them a little more thoroughly. Obviously, even the red line copy was a little, a lot.
It was a lot to
It's not a
follow.
little, it was a lot
It was a lot to
to
follow.
kind of follow. So I'm just going to skim here for a few things.
So for you two, I
Go
think
ahead.
the hope for tonight was if you had questions related to this, so that knowing that both councils need to review this one more time and come back with some proposed language for the few outstanding pieces, but if there are other pieces that you come across, to make sure that you ask those questions, we can all take those questions and information back to the table.
The other thing I should note that we have most of the exhibits, we don't have Exhibit C,
Correct.
which is referred to in the document. We had some conversation about what drafting that will look like. So maybe for the next meeting of both representatives, we can have that draft document ready to go.
And Schedule C is Exhibit C is the timeline of
Right.
the project.
Right.
So just know that there's a project of this scope. There was some back and forth. It's going to be a very broad stroke timeline of events. There'll probably be a few landmark events that have to, put some hard stops on to say we need it by this time, or at least come back and let's discuss where we're at. But outside of that, most of the items in the project are going to be fluid, which I was understandable about.
Let me, I know Jim's recused for now, just because of the potential conflict. And I just want to skim through the red line and then the clean copy for maybe 5 minutes here. And then if I, anything jumps out that doesn't look like it was addressed or already kind of mentioned, then bring that up. And obviously, any time between now and next meeting, if we do have a final to review at that, with plenty of time, then we can also furnish any questions that may come up either before or after that final copy. So hopefully when we do come back, we can be ready to vote and take action. Other than the things that you already called out, anything else outstanding from your standpoint?
Not from mine.
Okay. How about from RDI? Anything that wasn't mentioned?
I just want to talk briefly about timing and our hopes for moving this forward. We understand where we are. Obviously, our council was not able to be present at the 2 o'clock meeting today, and we only had a half an hour with Donna as well. So we're working as quickly as we can, in part because we want this to happen as soon as possible, but we're also trying to meet an application deadline for pre-development financing. We have submitted the majority of the application, but I know that one of the things that would strengthen that application would be seeing more progress with this agreement, just so that there was more assurance for CDAC, who we're applying to this funding for, that we're in agreement with the basic terms of the deal. And I want to just second also what Scott said earlier, that I feel like we are largely in sync. And even based on our last quick back and forth with Felicity this morning, I think we're largely on the same page. Alyssa, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think, as Gina mentioned, this document kind of, it puts into an agreement in legal form a lot of what's happened since the RFP process, so including the town meeting votes and just, laying all of that out, and it allows us to essentially gain site control so that we can move forward with all of the due diligence activities and pre-development activities that we need to do, permitting, et cetera. And so that's really what the funders are looking for, is kind of having that written agreement, or this written agreement in place. And just, I think you all understand the process, that this is the first agreement, and this would be superseded eventually by the actual lease agreement, if the project, is financed and comes to fruition and we proceed to construction. So this is for the kind of pre-development phase of the project.
Can I just ask one question?
Yes.
So, Gina, you were about to say that there's a pending deadline for that application.
That was going to be my question.
Yeah, that was going to be mine.
So the deadline is a soft deadline in that it's generally about a month before the board meets, and the CDAC board meets on August 15th, I believe. So
Got it.
we have the majority of materials in, and we're working closely with the representative who knows sort of where we are in the timeline of the select board. But it would be great to have this in place before that August 15th meeting.
Okay.
So it's a soft deadline, but, you know, the more time we give her to prepare for that board meeting, you wouldn't believe this, but they also have a packed board meeting. It's something about the summer, just kind of happens, so.
Can't imagine.
You know, the more ammunition we have, the better chances we'll face during that vote.
Okay.
Just to add to one thing that Alyssa said, in terms of the legal pieces, obviously town meeting was completed, the votes have been certified by the town clerk. They've become documents as part of this package. Your A&R was submitted to the planning board, you all had approved that, the planning board signed off. That's been recorded. So those legal steps are all done.
Okay. Let's take a minute to skim through the latest update, because I didn't have time between then and now. referring back to the indemnity section, obviously makes sense that there's going to be reciprocating piece to that kind of got reviewed and determined within the records portion. Similarly, are you expecting that you'll have some amendment or adjustment there to the draft post-council review that you'll be giving to us? Okay. And you referenced Exhibit C, Brian, or someone did. A and B are the existing documents that we already have. They're not in the draft
Correct.
here, but those are our existing.
Yes.
Because one's the plan and the other one's the original proposal, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Both of them will.
They'll just be.
I'm trying to think of how the A&R. It's a very large sheet. I don't know how that PDF is going to fit in here, but yes, that will be a cited
Like a different
exhibit.
document.
Right. Shrinking it down to
C,
an 8.5 by 11.
exhibit, C,
Yeah, I was gonna
exhibit
say.
B,
Has its own standalone
dot PDF.
file.
Right. But yes,
Yeah,
those are ready.
Okay. Yep, no, I just wanted to make sure that's what I gathered. You know, on a quick review here, post to work today, I don't see anything that jumps out at me of concern or question that I have. Again, I know there's a lot of time went into this, getting it here, up to the hour, right? So, thank you, and Councilman, you, Scott, and Brian for making that happen. Do you have a sense on timing when you expect you'll have any amendments back? I mean, I know you don't have it yet, but is that something you're expecting to hopefully get this week?
Yes.
Yes.
Given the timeline that Gina just mentioned of the 15th, our next meeting isn't scheduled until the 12th, I believe. That's a long time to wait. I mean, we've done it before, and I would offer, if we were to look at an off-cycle meeting, even if it's one or, starting out as a one item where we come in, this is what we're going to discuss, we're going to take a vote on it. If there happens to be another one or two items that you need to throw on there to clean up some stuff, that's fine, but, creating a standalone one-item agenda.
I am open to it, and I know you're recused, but just, would you be recused from that as well, if I may plan accordingly? Okay, thank you. Yeah, given I have some PTO and travel, so I think
Yeah.
we can do it.
I
We
was-
just have to find a flexible time between you and I that
Yeah,
works. I think we can, but
I was hoping that both councils could have all of their stuff done this week. That's the push. And then we could,
find a
as
time
easily
next
as
week maybe.
find an evening that you and I can meet, with Brian and host a meeting just for this topic.
Great.
Yeah, I think we can figure that out,
Yeah.
and we could potentially do it online if we had to, so
Okay.
it's an option too.
Thank you.
Remote, yeah, definitely. So yeah, I know you'll be leading that with council and sorting that out. When we get a final clean copy that we believe is a final draft review, we'll get that out to the parties, and we can just make sure there's no further questions so that we're ready to go if we do have that meeting, and or it's a short, quick discussion, hopefully, of any outstanding questions if there are any. And but yeah, I'm open to finding enough time to do that. So.
All right.
That'd be great.
I think all of us should probably schedule one more meeting at the end of this week
Okay.
to be prepared for that, just in case.
Sure.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and we'll need the 2 days to post, even once we do know, so
Yeah.
we're probably getting into mid-late the week after at that point.
Yeah, I figued I'm looking at the
But the
calendar.
week of the 5th, I wouldn't be able to do it till the 9th,
No, I
probably,
was
so.
thinking, even if we do it on an off night, a random Tuesday or Wednesday evening
Wednesday,
or
Thursday,
whatever.
yeah, something like that. Okay.
Whatever evening we have available between the two of us.
Let me just look real quick at next week. Yeah, it looks like I should be able to do a little later Wednesday or Thursday maybe Tuesday, but
Yeah,
definitely could do
I was
Wednesday,
gonna say,
Thursday, or
if we
even
do-
Friday if we needed to.
If we do Wednesday, if we plan for something on Wednesday, the 31st, that allows us to even take any documents that need to be posted as part of that all the way up until, 5 PM on Monday. So you still have the 48 hours at that point.
Yeah, yeah. I'd hate to, yeah. Hopefully we have something clean by Friday, just because if there's anything,
True.
questions from there, and then we're trying to do it under the wire at that
Yeah.
point, and it's already posted. But I think, tentatively the 31st or the 1st is, are you available?
I can make myself available.
Okay. We can coordinate and see if B and C will be available, and timing, and whether we do remote and all
Yeah.
that. But
Okay.
31st or the 1st, I think we can find a time. Does either of those work for?
They're both going to say no.
Not no, but we do both have an engagement on the 31st from 4 to 6.
I couldn't meet until
It gets
at
later
least
than that.
You think it's later
7.
than that?
It's the info sessions. but
Yeah.
It's like 6 to 8.
It's 6 to 8, yeah. We
How's your
could
first
plan
look?
around that potentially. I could.
Yeah, and I'm available Thursday the 1st.
I am as well. Thursday, the 1st would work.
Would work.
Yeah.
Okay, first it is.
All right, well, let's plan on the 1st,
Okay.
tentatively, and what time is best?
Anytime after.
6:30?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
I was gonna
6,
say anytime
6:30,
after
we'll
4.
firm that up once we are 100%, but,
That'll work.
Okay.
Okay.
okay. All right, we'll pencil that in then. Gets us a time. 8/1,
Great.
Yeah, I'm good on the 1st.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. I don't have anything else for tonight. Appreciate it. You guys will talk soon. Hopefully we'll see a final copy this week, and we'll meet next week and can get on to step, next step. I won't even call it step 2.
No.
The number of steps will be,
Step 80 of 493.
right?
Many.
That sounds better.
See more of us.
Yes, absolutely. All right, thank you, Dina. Thank you for
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
work on this.
Yeah, thanks so
you.
much.
Appreciate it. All right,
You've got 2 minutes to kill.
we got 2 minutes. Let's see. Where's my full agenda? Here we go. Are you rejoining, sir? At
Yes, I was going to say, in the
6:28?
next 2 minutes, I will rejoin the meeting. Or now.
No,
anytime
for
within.
the next 2 minutes and then some.
Appointments.
Um,
You got 2 of them.
or where did you? where
They're
are you?
down. Either that or water commitment, or whatever you choose.
Yeah, we'll go bottom up. Sounds good. Water commitment.
All right.
Review and issuance of the third water commitment for FY25.
Make a motion, we approve the third water commitment FY25 in the amount of, hang on a second, $97.46.
I will second that.
Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will pass over the review of surplus equipment request till a future meeting. Appointments to the Open Space Committee and the Public Works Feasibility Committee,
That's the one.
11, section 11. There we
Thank
go.
you.
Yep.
Not a whole lot to
No, we have
worry about.
conservation recommendation and recreation for the open space, Marty
Yep.
Garcia and Beretta Petrasia respectively, and then we have a public works feasibility committee recommendation for Thomas Duffy. Any concerns?
I have no concerns. I'll make a motion to appoint Marta Garcia and Bretta Ivars Petrasia for the term of 1 year, starting July 22nd, 2024, and in June 30th, 2025, to the Open Space Committee.
I will second that.
All those in favor?
Aye. And I will make a motion to appoint Thomas Duffy for a term of 1 year, starting July 22nd, 2024, ending June 30th, 2025, to the Public Works Feasibility Committee.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right, with that, it is 6:31. So we'll call Fire Chief Wonka and Deputy Chief Betters to the table.
I just want to say thank you for actually taking the time to recognize this promotion. It's not often that we hear the good that goes on in the town. So I have drafted up a letter. I noticed a typo on it after. When I looked at it just before I got up here. All right, so Honorable Board, Deputy Chief Betters began his career with the Erving Fire Department in 2000. Ryan worked tirelessly to learn the ropes of being an on-call firefighter, attending the county firefighters training academies and various training events throughout the state. In 2024-2025, Ryan was promoted to the rank of lieutenant and captain in 2009 and 2010. Ryan worked to become a leader in the department, devoting many hours to ensuring the success of the department. He was the top pick for a full-time position when the town transitioned to a combination department and was offered a full-time position in 2017. As the operations captain for the department, Captain Betters led the department's maintenance program and training division. He has graciously stepped into the leadership role of the chief officer position in the absence of the chief. I have all the confidence in Ryan's ability to step into the next role as deputy chief of the department. Ryan's abilities to take command of scenes and work with the public in his role as deputy chief. Ryan will continue to lead those tasks along with the learning the ropes on the administrative side with budgeting and higher level administrative tasks. Please join me in congratulating Deputy Chief Betters on a well-earned promotion into the rank of deputy chief.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations, sir.
Appreciate it. I just hope to keep bringing the fire department to new levels of good. We are in a really good place, and we try really hard, and we don't always make everybody happy, but we do what we can, and we try to serve the town as best we can. And 24/7, we are here for everybody. So I appreciate the opportunity to continue being dedicated to this town and the department that I kind of have an obsession with, fire trucks and all that. So, thank you for the recognition.
The utmost confidence in you. I appreciate all the work and all the years so far and the many to come.
I'll be around, I would say.
Good to
Not going
hear.
anywhere?
No,
Good to hear.
All right. Well,
Congrats.
congrats
Thank you.
again. Thank you. And
Thank you guys.
okay.
if you want to safely come up here, I'll shake your hand. But we're all on wires too, so we just want to be careful. But you're good, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats.
Appreciate
Congratulations, sir.
it.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we got 11 minutes.
We can fit them in as we can.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Okay. Let's see. Are we passing over meeting minutes tonight?
Yes, please.
Okay. We'll pass over meeting minutes.
Can we go back to open space for one brief second? There's a question posed in that memo.
To the appointments. Oh. You want us to answer your questions too?
You don't have to. I just wanted to make sure the question was seen.
Let's see. You talked about the makeup previous.
And whether or not
It
you
was
want-
defined, so it would be changing it, right? Because it's never been undefined?
It's defined only by the select board, so vote of the select board.
Sure, but it was voted, formed, and hasn't been
That's my recollection, correct?
changed or dissolved as such, right?
Correct.
We have continued, okay.
Correct.
So it would be a vote to change, okay. if we wanted to change anything.
Correct. Boards like this, I know typically you have a predetermined structure for many of our boards and commissions, the ones that function on an ongoing basis. Not that open space shouldn't function more regularly, but your boards that oversee the master planning documents, of which the open space is a chapter of the master plan, sometimes those can look larger depending on the topic, depending on the interest, because you want to garner as much public participation in a master planning exercise. So there's no right or wrong size, I guess is the long and the short of it. If it feels important to the select board to have a certain composition, whether it's certain representation or a certain number of general members from the public, all of that is completely fine. It can look different from one iteration of the chapter to a new iteration.
So when did we put out, or did we put out kind of a formal request for members of the public for it?
Double check to see if it has been in their standing notice.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was. I guess that's maybe my question. I don't know what your thoughts are. I kind of feel like if it wasn't formal, we should make it formal.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Give it a little time and then based on interest, make a decision. I don't know that
We already have
you
interest
need to
of
change
one.
it if there's no other interest. For the public, the makeup, if there's no other
Yeah, the only
interested
other
parties.
position on there would be one more from general public. Because it would be increasing it by 2 positions from 7 to 9. One of those being a member of the general public, or both of those being a member of the general public. Already showing a letter of interest for one of those 2.
Well, there's already one in the makeup at 7 though, isn't there?
Right, so this would be saying bring it to 3 total.
So there would be 2 more.
Right, one of which you have a letter trying to fill. Mike
Do we
Schaefer.
already have, oh, because we
Scroll
already
down.
have one of them filled? Yep, I'm
Correct.
sorry.
Right.
That's what I was missing.
Yeah, we already have
I
one
was
of them
missing
filled.
that we already
He's
had the
propo-
one. Yeah, I
The
gotcha.
request was to increase it by 2 more, and he
Gotcha.
would like to, his letter of interest is to take one of those 2. So if we
I
do
was-
open it up
I
and
was
put it out
missing not
there-
seeing it in front of me that we
Yeah.
already had a resident appointed to it.
Double checking, it does not look like we had a standing advertisement for that.
Which makes sense because it was filled.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a problem opening it up and advertising it and see if there's any other interest, knowing that even with the letter of Mr. Schaefer, that there's still an additional position to be filled,
Yeah.
to see if we can get both filled.
Yeah, we had not.
Okay. Why don't we do that? I don't recall when they were going to get underway or start to.
This is going to take us months.
I know it's going to take a while, but
They're going to begin in August.
in August, okay.
So the committee could start, and
Yeah.
these members could join
Even if they
them.
miss the
Yeah,
first meeting.
first one, yeah, okay.
it's-
So maybe we'll put it out for the month of August and then
Okay,
see what we have for interest and then determine.
got it.
I mean, it doesn't mean we don't have an opening and change the makeup and continue that way, but if we,
Okay.
especially if we have others, then
Right.
maybe fill it right away.
Okay,
Make sense?
Agreed, yeah.
I
No
will add-
objections to that?
I'll add
Okay.
it to the August openings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll plan to review it either in our late August or early September meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a 26th
I was
meeting.
gonna say, if we review it on the 26th, you'll know by then if you've had any.
You would think, yeah. Yeah. When would it go out for August? It will go out in the beginning?
August 1st.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So, yeah.
Let's do it on the 26th then.
There's now with the 2 appointments you made tonight, there's enough of a quorum that we can begin meeting and start to make that progress. So we can at least schedule the first meeting with FERCog and start that process.
Okay.
So, and to Scott's point, a new member may miss 1 meeting at this point, but it would be the initial meeting, so.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other 2 groups, are they meeting to let us know who
I
they are?
reminded the planning board, and I just need to follow up with the historic commission.
Okay.
Can follow up with them in a little while.
They will be here tonight.
It's true. It will be a joint meeting, so if they want to make a, yeah, that's not
Yeah.
quite, it's not our business.
Nope.
Okay. So that'll at least get us to 7 plus and we can
Correct.
go from there. Okay.
Correct.
So we will hopefully make those appointments in our early August meeting and then can
Exactly.
determine if we change the makeup and add more in the late August.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that back. Review the community services cadet position description draft. Might let PD know we would just take notes of anything, questions or changes and that we were requesting and pass them on. So was there any,
I didn't have anything that would, anything of substance. I'd like to give it, obviously this is only our second read.
yeah, and if we
So
need more
one
than
more.
3, I mean, that's totally fine. I just didn't, if we had anything, then obviously we can bring that back or to the next meeting, so. If not, I think I kind of had an outstanding question, like when does the role change? Like is that whole piece
That's
around, like,
Question.
this is a cadet, at some point they are a fully trained police officer on our team, ideally, that's the goal. They go to the academy, et cetera, are they still a cadet? Because we're not changing like kind of the overall standard staffing makeup. If the cadet position is a fully trained police officer, as I recall our discussions, right? Who is able to fill shifts, work, and have additional coverage on the shift in that full-time role. That still doesn't change our makeup as a 6, chief and 5 officer department on an ongoing basis. Should we have attrition, they fill the role, we have a new cadet. At some points, hopefully we do have that additional fully trained officer who is working, but it isn't expanding the overall. Like the cadet position is one of the positions and it is still that, right?
So I know
But they're not at some
I
point.
brought this up at one of the meetings when it was originally talked about, not in this iteration, but the previous time. And I know I had put out there saying there will be a time when they've completed the cadet program and have satisfactorily earned enough status to be able to move over into a full rank of police officer. Whether or not we have a spot for them, that's what you're talking about. It's
Well,
when
what
does
happens
that-
in limbo, right? If we
And so
don't have an opening,
I had made the statement that I've seen a similar stance come in other departments, not in the town of Irving, but in other agencies where we have an optimal staffing of 6 total, inclusive of the chief plus 5.
yep,
However, if we have a cadet that goes through the program and can augment us, if we can figure out budgetarily how we increase, if the ability is there to offset the increase in pay or whatever it would be to step them up to a full-time patrol, they do so knowing that that would put us at 7 total. If somebody should leave, we don't apply for another position for an officer. We are now reconstituting the cadet program and looking for another cadet. So we wouldn't hire another cadet just because that one passed and became
Right.
a full-time status. It would still be those 7 people. Their status may change, and then should through attrition somebody leave, we are just now looking, our main goal would be hiring cadets going forward and not hiring full-time officers, unless there's,
we hope.
yeah, unless
That
there's
would be ideal, yeah.
a number of changes that happen at one time. But if it's one at a time and they're spaced out through normal, means and normal attrition, then we already have somebody in place and they just assume that role, they continue in that role, and then we backfill with a new cadet that can go through that program. That was my thought. There's a budgetary piece to that. How do we, allow for that or, account for that? And what do we foresee? Do we know known, departures coming? And can we plan for that through budgetary practices? That's a year-to-year conversation.
Yeah, I guess and I agree with you. I think the piece that I'm fuzzy on, if you will, is at what point have they completed enough? Let's just say, okay, hours, academy, et cetera, right?
Whatever it is, yeah.
Budget aside, for some period of time, are they still a cadet? Or are they a patrol officer?
Yeah, so what's
how
that
does that
transition
transition
from
look like?
cadet
Right, and
to into
so you're
field
fully
as
trained,
a-
but then what?
As an
right?
officer, say in field training, or however what's the next
Sure.
progression?
And
to-
so after, I mean,
Okay.
you could go as far as FTO, right? Until you're done with their field training,
Yeah,
or sorry,
and they've done all that.
full training, not FTO. Then what? Are they still a cadet that is fully trained, capable, able, and acting as a patrol officer with a cadet job title still?
So
Or is
in
there
my
a
mind, no,
programmed time and method that this transitions? And we are expecting that this budgeting is meant to be able to withstand that. That is the standard budget plan, right? It isn't a if, it's a we expect to.
So yeah, my thought would be
Because
if
we're
that,
otherwise just generating them for whatever's next.
if that-
Maybe not
yeah,
here, and we're doing it again.
If that line item is at a salary that would be the same as an oncoming officer, there'll be years you may not expend that because you hire a new cadet, they're at a lower rate, you don't expend that, it goes back to free cash. We don't, if the eventuality of they go through that program, we meet all the criteria, we set what that criteria is, we
Right.
do all of that, they get classified as a full.
I just think maybe it's
Yeah.
not exactly in here, but I'd like to know that that policy and that piece of this program is clear.
Do you want us to bring back the cadet policy? It was 2 years ago. I want to say it's 2 years ago that you first
Yeah,
reviewed.
we
and
probably
had them.
should before we finalize this.
It's, it shouldn't, we can do it in tandem at
Yeah.
the next
Yeah.
meeting on the 12th.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Because I don't
maybe-
think it should
maybe
be
it's
in here. I
not
think it needs to be a
satisfactory.
standalone.
No,
item.
I'm not saying it should be in here, but all these things are interdependent,
Yeah.
so I want to make sure that they're
Okay.
all clear and how they're going. Because
So
I don't
for your
want to leave a person potentially in some limbo area we didn't define well.
So for the next meeting, bring both documents back, please. You got it.
So I don't disagree with you, but another way to look at this is, we as an employer could provide that academy training
Regardless of where.
regardless, and if that person takes advantage of that training, successfully completes the academy, becomes certified, and then takes that certification to lateral elsewhere, there should be a clause that we get reimbursed for that cost. And I look at the academy certification analogous to just because somebody receives their bachelor's degree doesn't mean they automatically become employed.
Right. Can we pause there and come back to it?
We certainly can.
Okay, because I know we're running over.
Yeah. It's
'Cause it didn't sound like a lot, but it ended up being more
Nope.
discussion, so
Fair
let's
enough.
come
Let's
back to
stay
that
on
later
time and on
tonight,
track.
and we'll put a pause on that till later. Hold the thought, though, please. We'll continue. With that, at 6:49 PM, I will call the public hearing. Eversource and Verizon petition for a joint pole on River Road.
Gentleman was signed in, so I think he is here.
Okay,
So we're waiting for him. Hopefully he heard what he said.
great. I know we were starting a few minutes late, so hopefully he wasn't thinking it was a connection issue on his side. Welcome. Can you hear us? All right, hang on. We're not hearing you yet. One moment. We did. We got it sorted out pretty quickly last time.
We have faith.
Yes. Okay. You can hear us, right, Adam? Okay. We cannot hear you yet, but we're working on it. How about now? No? I thought we had it, but not yet. Okay. That was an updated separate document you sent today, right? The order?
I did, yes.
Okay.
In your packet this afternoon, I just provided an updated proposed order. And what is different is the addition of a sub-bullet 8. The placement of this pole is next to a section of the layout with existing sidewalks. So I wanted to make sure there was language that reflects that reality and make sure that there's no alteration to that sidewalk or any sidewalks unless it's been put in writing by the highway superintendent.
Okay, well, I know you can hear us, and while they're working on that, make sure if there's any questions or concerns, we at least get them out there, and then we can go from there. Go ahead.
No,
Did you have anything?
nope.
Did you?
No, sir.
Anyone from the public have any questions or concerns about the pole placement? Okay. It doesn't look like there was any. Let's scroll through this one more time, this fresh copy.
You also saw a response from Eversource about the double pole questions and the request to explain how double poles will be prevented on River Road as this project occurs. I don't know if that was a satisfactory answer, but there was an answer today.
Did you both get a chance to see that?
I did. And without trying to sound too flippant, when I read that, the update on the double poles clearly says the standard process for transfer work is that each member utility has 30 days to shift their equipment upon notification. Even if you had 5 different utilities on there, that's 150 days. We have some of these double poles that are 5 years. So I'm not sure how that standard practice comes into play, and I really am going to lean on the joint application, both vendors, to turn around and say, get it together and get it corrected much quicker than you normally would do even on your standard transfer. I know there's a plan for a few of them, and I would really hope that the others on that list are done, I would say, in the next 30 days. There's no reason why you can't get a crew out there correcting those. I've done enough of those details. I know how quickly they can go in and change those poles out and get rid of them. It does not take all day. So.
I'll just say I share your opinion. I saw the 30 days each, and I was like, there's some broken thing somewhere.
Yeah.
And it's not just half broken poles. So,
No.
but
As far as
our
the actual
contact
hearing,
did
yeah.
say to reach out if,
Yep.
and I don't know I don't believe that's the person that we normally would reach out to. So, we'll see. Maybe it is, but we can advise of any others, and as they come along, if they seem to be taking more than 60 to 90 days, we should make sure we're conveying that.
As far as the actual
Clarity
order goes,
on, I was
don't
going to
have
say the
any issue.
plans, the order, everything looks like it was
If the-
resolved and cleared up.
Yeah, if the abutters to the cleared up poll don't have an issue with it, then I don't have
Does
one.
not seem to be any. Given there's no other, and no, we still can't hear you, but unless you're concerned about anything, I think we don't have questions at this point, so, and there was no questions from the public. So with that, make a motion that we close the public hearing at 6:56 PM.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then we have the order. So I'll make a motion that we order Eversource Energy and Verizon New England a joint location for pole, removing existing pole P22/6 and installing one new pole and anchor near 21 River Road. Order number 2024-03
Second.
on
Oh,
July 22nd, 2024.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and there it is, just in time.
Of course.
Perfect. That was the time to have a say. All right, so we'll get this over, and then we'll get this over once we get the fees straightened out. It sounds like we need to invoice them. So.
Yep.
All right, but otherwise,
Otherwise,
good.
we're set.
Great. Thank you, Council.
thank you.
Thank you.
With that, it is 6:57. We have a joint meeting at 7, so Finance and Capital want to come get settled. I'm not going to go back to the cadet until after, because
It's
2 or 3 minutes is not going to do it. So we'll just pause a moment here while we get settled for 7 o'clock. You did?
Yes, I did. Moment of silence.
Take an informal 2 minutes of silence here.
A couple of meetings ago, you went around and asked me for laptops, and I was the one that said no. If it hasn't, if you still can do it, I will take it.
Okay.
You just figured, what am I doing?
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
I had, I had ordered an extra just in case.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's some overlaps too. Like Thomas will have a computer for town, so he won't have one. But his numbers change, so I grabbed one anyway to have a spare. So I can take care of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Knock the ground off the polar, so pure power stuff started to explode, fire. Jake, you missed one the other day. Your neighbor up there.
We're still on live, by the way.
Okay.
Yep. I've had that happen nearby my house before, where I've been doing the watching, wearing the same thing, so I hear you. Especially on the windy days, I'm like, that's not the day I'd climb, but hey. Ooh, I bet.
Sorry you're dealing with that. So dealing with the brush has been the least of your...
The least of my worries, but there's the positive side.
Thank you, sir.
5.
So they did their job. That's the way it's supposed to be,
That's
though.
exactly the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
$49 piece of equipment.
Yep.
What it's there for.
You want to sign the poll order?
Yep. I also have a water commitment, too. Right?
Yep. Was just thinking the same.
Might as well use up our... Well, it's now 7 o'clock.
I know. We'll just wait for everybody to return to the table here.
Is she coming?
She is, yeah. I think she's running just a couple minutes late.
It is that time
Oh,
already.
yeah, yes, yes it is. Yeah, you're good, you're good. Yeah, okay. There's that one as well, if you'd like to take care of that.
Figuring out your plan of attack.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot,
Taking this
there's a lot that we
moment
have to do
on
in the
how we
next hour and
want
a
to.
half.
I know, I know. And that's exactly what I was thinking too, so. Okay, it is 7:02, so I'm going to call a joint meeting with the Finance Committee and the Capital Planning Committee to order. We've got a variety of topics and goals related to those tonight, and we do have an 8:30 joint session with Historical, so we try to stay on track and get all those done as quickly as we can, reasonably. Want to work on the road items first. Let our highway superintendent continue his evening if he'd like without us. Come on up, sir. So the first topics, we'll start with discussion of the North Street repaving procurement. And this is news to some. I know we didn't have a joint quorum last meeting, so there was some brief discussion. I probably was most aware of kind of the issues that we've had with potholes and other things on North Street intermittently throughout that roadway. And we asked you to go back and, based on some of the areas that you marked and stretches on whether we wanted to do both lanes and all of that, my recollection was we asked you to, what would it take to do the whole upper section?
Correct, from just north of the Swamp Road Bridge, reconstruction zone from when the bridge goes through. We have two lower spots which we kept in this scope, and then from just above that, it was Lizzie Hoff's old property, from there to the town line.
And so that was instead of maybe 7 separate sections? that were
Correct, so now we're at 3.
Spot work, okay.
Yep,
And we have numbers for both, right?
we do. So
Okay.
last meeting we came to you.
Before you
with-
jump into the numbers, because this is new to everybody, any questions on what this is about? Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. So last meeting, we came to you with an estimate for 2,950 feet full width, 2-inch mill and overlay, with an estimate of 188,570. After some discussions, and that was from a smaller scope. We started out at a smaller scope, which we were doing just the immediate delaminated, and it was $83,000 for, I think it was under 500 feet. And the cost goes way up, the less volume, less productivity that you put out there. So when we got the second quote, Selectman Bastrash asked us to go even bigger, see what the scope is to cover most of the road. So we did that. Thomas and I went back out, remeasured what they had asked for. We came back with an estimate of $401,859 for 8,800 feet. And if you look at I don't know if it's in your packet, if you look at the unit prices per each one of them, they dropped significantly because there was more production for both companies.
They just have a summary in their email.
Oh, that's all it is?
Yep. So they have the lengths that you measured
Yep.
and the total cost for each of those options.
Okay. So what it breaks down to with the 2,950 feet to the 8,800 feet is just over $20 a foot savings by doing the bigger scope. And what that does, that leaves us with 2 joints in the road, once the Swamp Road Bridge, we got a lot of bridges going on. The Swamp Road Bridge gets repaired, replaced. instead of having a bunch of joints throughout the whole road. In our Chapter 90 funds, I believe we have like 590-ish, 490.
490.
490, and some of that is earmarked for the Maple Ave project also, around 30-ish.
You held 60, but we think it's going to come in closer
Yeah,
to
we
the
think it's gonna be
30.
closer to the 30,000. So we have the funds in Chapter 90 to complete this.
We didn't have a project in the plan for this year to use the Chapter 90 beyond the 30 to 60.
Correct.
Were we saving it for,
That was my question.
in your road plans and parking lots, et cetera, was there a different area that we were saving this up toward a larger project for?
We do have some other roads that need to be done. Unfortunately, this one is delaminated because of the last process that was done 10, 11 years ago. And we get 83,000 a year, so whatever project that we do, we have to save Chapter 90 for a few years, along with town appropriations normally for a road project.
And I know we asked you to increase the scope to see what the economy would be, for the scope.
Yep.
I guess what I'm wondering is, maybe to clarify, let's say we did, we'll say we did the 83. I don't think we would have, but let's say we did the 83 and now we still have, 350, 400,000. In the next year or two, when it gets up there again, what was next on the plan? Was it just more North Street, or was there something different that
No,
you
it would-
originally had planned?
It'd be Ridge Road would be the next road. And that would be a full scope. When that was done, it was a private contractor, and when it was taken over by the town, from what we're seeing, I don't believe the base material, base asphalt was sufficient for that road, so it is breaking up. Not in the delaminating phase that North Street is in, but that would be our next road to do.
You say complete, so base, but is it drainage and complete streets approach to it?
Correct.
Kind of, okay.
Yep.
I have two going. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right stuff. So I have a document from Green International.
Nope,
No,
So that is separate.
that's
from
separate.
this.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah.
That's the
That
next
one I-
North Street.
Don't
It's just
look at.
Did you send it to Finance
you
Committee
looking
as
for?
well? The
This-
Warner Brothers,
did,
I didn't
it
include
came
the
to us as an
quote.
image.
The quotes, because this hasn't gone out to bid. That was an estimator just giving us some information.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this,
and
These
the
are
quote
just
is
for
like 3
budgets.
lines, it's not a detail.
right. So the summary information that you all have is the same information in the sense of a budget number that we would have to put out a full procurement to even do this.
You have the summary, though? That's the 3 options with 3 values? Okay, that's,
Yes, I remember seeing it. I just have
Okay.
to find where it was in the packet, I believe.
okay.
So then my next question would be is, what precipitated this happening so quickly, because it was not in our FY25 capital plan?
So we've been patching it for the last couple of years. This past winter, over the winter time, it took a big toll on because of the rain, freeze. We didn't have a solid freeze. We had more wet storms than we did cold white ones, which is all right, but it's not good for the roads. So it delaminated rapidly from this winter through the springtime in big sections. Brian had actually walked it with me also a couple weeks ago to see what we could do for the scope for the money that we do have. And Thomas and I did it twice, and we've had rainstorms in between, and you can see the difference in the road just within those few weeks also,
Okay.
where it's just gonna keep happening.
And so if we do this repair now, how does that affect the complete streets proposal that you've also included?
Nothing, because we're doing a very small scope down on
Okay.
the lower side. This is all way above the complete streets area.
Okay, so it's not like this would be left alone, this wouldn't be damaged or ripped up or taken back out, or?
There's a small section, probably like 50 to 60 feet on the lower side of North Street that would need to be done also at this time. But again, that's 50 to 60 feet worth
Okay.
of this whole 400,000.
Okay.
even during the whole Swamp Road project, when that comes in, none of this area would be affected. And hopefully, at least from the Swamp Road area up, should be another 15+ years.
Are there other things there when we look at roads and things like that from the complete streets perspective that needs work, like drainage and other issues on the northern section, like Swamp North, that are significant or not?
Not
not
really.
Okay.
No. No, everything is pretty much drains off really good up on North Street.
Except where there's holes to keep it.
Correct.
Okay. So really from, a little bit north of Swamp to the town line is the majority of this. The other two sections will be reworked later potentially as part of complete streets. Swamp Road is between those.
So there is two sections, like again, below Swamp Road. One of them's 500 and something feet. I don't have those measurements. One's about a 500-foot section that's included in this. And like I say, like a 50, 60-foot stretch at the bottom side of North Street. That's really bad.
So when we do the wall reconstruction along Keyup Brook and North Street,
You're talking for the Swamp Road Bridge.
when we do the Swamp Road Bridge, we have to fix the wall that holds up North Street. That will be an opportunity for us to fill the gap after we get done doing the wall reconstruction between the saw cut that Glenn was talking about, just north of that area and just south of that area, to bridge those two. So that project will allow us to finish that work. And then that lowest section is down south of the Church Street Bridge. But it's a small section, to Glenn's point.
Does the complete streets and I know we'll get into that one in a second, the lowest section there, we'll redo the smallest area of this proposal.
Correct.
Does that end where the 500-foot section starts, or is there going to be a gap
No,
there
there's
still?
a gap between that.
Okay.
Also, there's a gap between there from Flag, probably to Flag, because I think the complete streets went up to Flag Hill. Is that what his proposal was, or just to the Church Street Bridge?
We've asked them to incorporate at least the beginning portion of Flag. We don't know if you want to go
The
all the way
southern?
up. Right. We
Correct.
don't know if you
Okay.
want to go all the way to the further extent. I think that's a scoping conversation we need to have tonight.
So there would be a gap, again, just above the Church Street Bridge from wherever that project ends to, I don't know, maybe 150 yards,
Right.
maybe.
So it's a small section
It's a
that's
small section.
not covered by the various projects planned or proposed
Yep.
that wouldn't be, and otherwise North Street would be completely redone by the time those projects complete.
Correct.
So probably not, yeah.
This is this year, correct? We're doing this fall, or?
Hoping, yes, we're hoping for some approval tonight, guidance to put it out for bid.
The North Street?
Yeah.
Yeah. The paving proposal, not the complete streets we haven't gotten into yet.
Right.
I travel that road every day. I know exactly what you guys are talking about.
Okay. Now there's arrows we can follow. No. Yes.
I don't have a question about does it need to be done. I just have a question on the numbers. If 108,000 is 2,900 feet, which is a little about a half a mile, and that same times 3 would be 8,700 feet. So 3 times 108 doesn't come up to 420.
No.
188.
No, 188,000 was for the 29,
Okay.
2,950 feet.
Okay, all right. That answered my question.
I get you up in the near sixes.
Good, thank you.
And for reference, the 2950 was 7 discrete sections
I
approximately.
think it was 7 of them, yes.
So full width, we were both lanes, but 7 different sections all the way up the street of.
So one of the reasons I asked Glenn to come back with these numbers to see if it was something that we would even put out to bid and go through that process is because of the number of cuts, the number of sections. Historically, when you start chopping a road up into pieces like that, it won't last the 25 years. Those cuts are going to be their points of breaking constantly.
It's a water entry.
And so I just, while we might save a couple $100,000 if we were to do the 188 and do, or even the 88, you might only get a few years out of it, and then we're back here having the same conversation again, saying it didn't last nearly as long as we had hoped. And so that's why I said at least we can have this conversation tonight about what does it cost? Is it something we can do? We may end up deciding it's not, and we want to stick with the other one and know that it's consider it a temporary fix and put in a bigger plan for 5 years from now. I'm not sure where it's going to go, but I just wanted to at least have more information to discuss.
Can we just ask, I know Glenn explained it to the three of you, but why we're doing a 2-inch depth as opposed to the typical 1.5 like we normally would do?
So in
I don't know
2000,
that that was even defined.
Okay.
I don't think that the audience,
Everybody.
the group that necessarily knows that we were changing the base.
Got it.
okay. So most of the delaminating is 2 inches where the potholes are. So if you're only milling 1.5 inches, you still have a 1/2 inch of the delaminating pieces that's underneath what you're already milling. So with the 2-inch mill, we're gonna get probably almost all the delaminating. But they did a hot reclaim in place. I don't know if y'all remembered it. Again, 11 years or so ago, where these 3 trailers of fire, which it softened up the asphalt again. They raked it, it scarified it, and then they rolled it. And then they put a top coat back over it. That's the part that's delaminating, because it never bonded. The old asphalt that they heated up to make new again, that's where it never bonded. So that's why we're having the delaminating.
So, I know nothing about roads, except I drive on them. Why would we do this? I understand it's delaminating and it's potholes and we all hate them. Wouldn't it make more sense to take this whole section and roll it into one larger complete streets? That way the surface is all the same age for the whole length of the road, instead of doing it in sections?
There's one in every crowd. Yes, we could.
Okay,
Would it make more sense?
No.
okay.
Why?
Because of the conditions of the road right now, where 90% of this problem is, it is above the Swamp Road Bridge area. That's where the worst parts of the road is. Well, if you walk it, it's both of them. Driving it, yes.
Northbound.
Northbound. If you walk it, it's very obvious that the southbound lane is gonna look like the northbound lane very soon. And so what the milling process does, it gets rid of all that old part that's delaminating, so you're down to a solid surface
Okay.
that's underneath that.
So,
And I think
Yeah.
I think the piece that you were alluding to, maybe didn't say, was the section where we have to rebuild the side of the road, the wall, and Swamp Road Bridge isn't going to be done in a timely manner. Like, we're not doing that in the next 12 to
That's-
16
that's
months.
what I was going to say.
And you're going to have to tear up, even if it was all brand new, during that
That's
project.
part of what I was trying to get at.
And that's, yeah, and that's, I think, part of it. And then again, we haven't gotten into the complete streets yet. Don't know about funding and timing, whether that's going to be a while too. So are we patching this for years to come until we can do everything at once, right? Is
That would have been my next question, was what the timeline was.
okay, and that's, I mean, I'm not trying to speak for you, so if I'm incorrect
that's
in that,
fine.
but I think that's the concerns you've raised. too.
Correct.
Okay.
yeah, that was my concern, is trying to align 3 different projects into one timeline and getting them all to happen. I don't know how it would work. It'd be tough.
Thickness of the base, is it it's more than 2 inches?
The whole road,
Yeah.
there's probably 6 to 7 inches plus there now.
So if you let this go for a while, you could be milling more than 2 inches.
You could, it could turn into a full reclaim.
Right.
If the problem keeps going deeper.
So at some point, you're pretty much taking up all the asphalt,
to
fixing the
gravel.
actual gravel base, and
Doing a
then
full regrade.
building a
Yeah,
new
so-
road
Correct.
effectively. That sounds like
Don't want
more.
to do that.
Yeah.
Lot.
It's $1 million a mile.
Probably more for a full
rough-
Oh,
reclaim.
stop.
That's a good estimate.
I heard enough at $1 million. No, I'm kidding. So, other questions on the why or the options? So, in terms of, almost all of this would be hopefully longevity for the road that won't get redone.
Correct.
Are we, where's everybody leaning on it? And what does that do to Ridge Road, and do you think that's reasonable? I mean, if that pushes that 3 to 5 years funding-wise, are we concerned? I'm throwing a number out there, just knowing it, 83,000 a year or whatever.
Well, and Ridge Road was actually gonna be on the capital request for this budget season to come up.
For next year.
Yeah. Obviously, it would be for appropriations, because chapter 90 is only 83,000, so it would be a combination.
I can't speak to your scheduling and your other things that need to be done. I only look at the finances of it. Looks to me like doing it piecemeal, it costs us like almost $600,000. Doing the whole thing costs us 400. Just from a financial point of view, it makes sense to do the whole thing. The rest of it, all your other schedules, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I was just trying to figure out, it's weighing the pros and cons of, yes, this is more bang for our buck, we get a better road, it's gonna last longer. Can we withstand the delay to the other, what would have been other Chapter 90 usage of those funds, most notably Ridge Road? Like you said, can it last a couple extra years? Or is there another funding source that we could be looking at? When that request should still come through, I would say, even if you don't think there's funding sources, that's what the capital planning and the finance committee and the select board will look at of, how do we put this into the plan to make sure that it can get done, and in what mechanisms, are out there to make that happen. If you were to tell us that Ridge Road cannot withstand another year, and it's going to be a safety concern, we might have to look at this differently. So I guess that's the question: is, do we put ourselves in a predicament by using this fund, Chapter 90 funds for North Street? Do we put ourselves in a predicament in 2 or 3 years from now?
I don't believe so. Ridge Road, it's a lightly traveled road. It's our dozen or so houses up there. Like I say, we patched it. We've patched it before. We'll patch it again. But I don't think that would put us in jeopardy by using this money for Chapter 90.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Those patches aren't peeling out like these ones?
Correct.
I think the traffic volume on North Street is considerably higher than the 12 residents on Ridge Road.
Other thoughts, concerns?
I'm gonna ask you to use your magic 8-ball. Is there any chance that once they get into this, given the condition, that they do need to go a lot deeper than this 2-inch depth, that could add to the cost a lot?
From what we've seen in the patch of the potholes, they're all relatively like around the 2-inch mark. Some of them are not as much, so doing a 2-inch all the way through, I think they should get
Okay.
most of the problem areas. I don't foresee any areas that would have to go deeper.
Okay.
Is that a significant cost if there's just a couple spots where they had to do deeper, or is it
No,
not
it's
really
all
move
done by
needle
the
a lot?
yardage. It's
Okay.
all done by the square yard.
Okay. So as long as it's not 4,400 of it, it won't be bad.
Right. I would imagine with any bid, we put a contingency in there, so if there had to be
Well,
there's a 30-foot section where you've gone through and you gotta back the miller up and hit it another, half inch to get that little bit extra, you can.
yeah, well, hopefully it comes in better than our estimate, because we don't have more than 10% left in Chapter 90 probably on top of that, so it's get tight.
Very tight.
Other questions, concerns? Yay, is that a 4? I heard, I'll just go around the table for the sake of it.
Well,
Yes?
I'd move the finance committee recommend you do the entire
There we
project.
go.
Second.
Any further
That's
discussion?
quick.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Unanimous from finance?
Thank you.
Capital?
I propose that we do the same.
I will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Capital votes yea as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready to put it out to bid, write it up and get it out? In
Yep.
favor?
I'm in
Absolutely.
favor of moving forward.
Okay.
Do you all want to see it before it goes out to bid, or is there somebody authorized to work with Glenn and I to finalize it and get it out?
We're hoping to get this done
I don't-
before the end of.
I know you're trying to get it
I
done
was
quick,
gonna
so you
say,
get in the cycle, right? And last minute
November
jobs
1's
are,
gonna come real quick.
well, they can be money savings because everybody wants to fill in the last few weeks of the year, right?
Right.
We know the scope, we know the range, we know what you're proposing. I think we just need to give you a number not to exceed, or a number that.
Well, we're gonna put a number
Actually,
like
we're gonna
this
bring
in
it
as the
back,
budget
you're
number.
gonna put that
You're
into the
gonna see all
budget,
bids.
yeah, so then, what do you need for guidance? I don't think you need any.
If
Do
you're
you?
comfortable with
I
us
mean, I'm
releasing it.
asking,
Yeah.
I don't think you do, other
Nope.
than we wanna go ahead.
It's going to be in accordance with Chapter 3039M, so it's following the statute that's appropriate. It's really just putting a timetable together for a site walk. I'm assuming we're going to want to require a site walk.
I think so still, even because it's three different areas, I
Right.
believe so.
So we'll require that, so we need to leave enough time for that. Any questions bidders may have, we'll leave enough room to respond to those questions. And then the shortest, you're really talking a 3 to 4 week bidding time window. So you're getting bids
So
back into
IFB or
August.
RFP? IFB?
This would be an IFB.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we put out an IFB for 3 sections of North Street as discussed, and authorize Brian Smith and Glenn McCrory to design, issue, and set timeline as appropriate.
Second?
Does that meet your needs?
I think that does it.
If you need answers on something, you can reach out to any one of us. We got it. Any guidance that we didn't cover, but I think that's all of it.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And you know our timeline, you know our meeting schedule for August, so I don't know how quickly you want to turn it, but
We'll make
if
sure
we
it
need to
lines
change
up so you'll have
something,
bids.
let us know, but I think you need to get it done quickly to get it in, so
Great.
I appreciate that.
we'll
Thank
put it
you.
on whatever agenda when you're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Complete streets. Review of the North and Church Street, complete street engineering proposal from Green. I don't expect that we'll dive super deep into this. It's just a first look at it, but we had it in time for the meeting, so I wanted to put it out there. This stemmed a bit, because I know Capital didn't discuss this one either, being on Capital, at least I don't recall it. So, a little background, if I missed something, guys, please fill me in, but the discussions around safety improvements in that area, traffic volume with North Street, Church Street Bridge being replaced, how the traffic flow will change back or similar to what it was, where issues are now, where issues were then, and how the speed humps or whatever they're technically called that we did the temporary ones last year, how they impacted some of that road safety issues and their reusability and what that means, because it'll keep tearing up the road. If we do that, then our new pavement won't last very long. We had said, okay, what's looking at that whole area with the engineering firm that can really, how do we do traffic calming? How do we improve it? We have narrow road on north. We have limitations, and it's outside the scope of what we know how to do well or are experts at. So what would that look like? So that's where this comes from, is the idea that we weren't ready to, we don't have permanent solutions, but temporary speed humps aren't very permanent either, so we can't keep putting those on the road. So where do we go? That's what started this. It's my recollection. That's why we got to this point.
And in terms of your complete streets prioritization plan from 2019?
19, I believe.
I think it was 2019, which we've used on several road sections. We've been working through the lower priorities. North Church Arch, that area has been identified as the next. I think there's one road in between. I think Pleasant Street was one
Pleasant Street was, yeah.
that we're proposing that we skip over for right now and move to this section of town. We can always come back and complete what we were doing in the neighborhood of Pleasant Street. And so this is in alignment with your plan that MassDOT has approved. You are eligible to apply for Complete Streets funding. The problem that we currently have is that the project list that we put together and the work that was being done was largely ADA ramps, fixing sidewalk as it exists today. It's not going to explore, is there a narrowing? Is there some other type of reconstruction of say, North Street, Lower North Street, that would produce the traffic calming that we're all talking about? So if we're talking about something more holistic, if we're potentially talking about, say, you know, there was an idea to maybe go down to a single lane of traffic on that Lower North. I don't know if that's viable or not, but if that was something you were exploring, that construction looks very different than what the Complete Streets prioritization plan for North Street talked about. So you really would want not only an engineer to help guide the community and guide you all through that decision-making process, but you would want them to give you an opinion of probable cost, because we don't currently have an accurate estimate to put in for grant funding or even a capital request of this.
Right.
And really, this is analysis on what could be done, right? This is the kind of what's feasible, and then how would that look, and having those discussions, and getting us to a point where we could pick a path and put it on a complete streets plan, and hopefully apply for grant funding toward
Correct.
whatever that recommendation might be that we thought was most advantageous and viable for the area, which is multi-year, right? We're not talking about something where we'd be funding that part in a short time. Yes.
How far up north we going? We're going, you said flag, which end of flag?
That's a question for you all.
That's something we would define.
Yep.
This scope of work isn't like exactly to this foot mark, right? It's
I don't believe so, no.
more of general in what area the area that we're concerned with, which I think is inclusive of at least some of Flag Hill, maybe all of Flag Hill, right? That lower section,
Right.
where we have the most problems with speeding and.
I was just gonna ask, would it make sense to include Flag Hill? Just because it entrances and exits right off of North?
It would make sense to go to the upper side of Flag Hill because there's
Yeah.
sidewalks that go to that
Okay.
most of them are below even road grade.
Right.
Okay.
Is that where the sidewalks currently end?
Yes.
Technically, yes.
Okay. So it would be at least sidewalk length.
So the goal of this would basically be, the end result would be one or maybe a couple of ideas that say you can pick project A, B, and C, and this is how you, not redo, but how you can improve, hopefully, this area.
It could look like that.
Okay, 'cause-
That's going to come out of the public they're calling it public outreach, but
Yep.
that iterative process between you all as stakeholders, but the neighbors in that area, we made it very clear that public involvement is going to be critical for this project. And so if that came back looking like, sort of like you just did on the last conversation, here's 3 different options, you could do them all, or you could do maybe something smaller, that may be a deliverable you ask them, or they may come back out of that public engagement process and say, there's only one answer that came sort of to the top through that public engagement process, and maybe that's the project that gets put forward.
so isn't MDOT looking at doing a whole thing right through there with Route 2 as well?
Yes.
And it's actually with Green. So this gentleman is very familiar with what's happening on Route 2 also.
Okay, because my concern would be, what if we as a community come together and say, we would like this proposal, and then MassDOT comes through and says, well, we're going to do this, and they don't meet, they're not similar, or they bring up all the work we've just done.
So that, we noted in our memo that we've asked 2 firms, so far Weston Sampson, who typically has done many of our road and sidewalk projects, has not responded to this request. But we asked Green, because we've been working with Green on Route 2, just to be fully transparent, Green first reached out to MassDOT to make sure that they would be okay with them potentially working with the town on this project, and MassDOT gave a green light. They have no concerns about that. So there is a potential synergy between whatever that planned project looks like, all the traffic analysis that they've done and will do, all the potential designs or redesigns that they're going to do for Route 2. There's the potential that whatever we do, we may get to our project before MassDOT gets to their project, but their planning is farther along than our planning. So the 2 things could dovetail, and at least if it happened in phases, town does its portion, state does its portion, the 2 things should talk to each other.
Okay.
If we worked with Green. I mean, obviously that's not a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, okay.
And this scope, whatever the scope, let me say that again. This scope of work, whatever the proposals might be on changes, pretty much would stop where MassDOT is going to begin or be working on Route 2. But this would be, if it was the same firm, obviously the alignment with whatever they may be changing on Route 2 and how our roads are gonna, in and out grass related to that can be lined up better. If we're changing something or they're changing something about those intersections with Route 2, then obviously that's where they have an advantage, right, being the same firm. So not not something that is necessarily road work right away,
Correct.
but scoping what that road work will be in a future year. A lot of things happening below the main paving section we just talked about in the coming years with bridges and you know, traffic
Not
and
a
Route
very
2.
long stretch of road. A lot
No,
of
there's
things
a lot of
happening.
things going on
There's
there.
a lot of issues with that road.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are. A lot of improvements coming, and this is hopefully another potential. Questions, thoughts? I guess mine would be funding.
That's where, yeah, that's always the question. I was just gonna see who asked it first.
Can we use Chapter 90 for this?
We don't have any.
Well, just spent it on the last
I just
project.
spent it all.
I just heard we had like
That was 460.
60
That
left.
that was going to be our initial
Yeah,
proposal.
and again, we may have a better answer once the bids come back for this also,
For,
for the North Street,
you said this, but you mean
the North Street
the North
paving,
Street
the
paving,
paving,
okay.
yes.
And what has to be committed to Chapter 90.
Yep.
right.
With that being said, depending on if you all even like this idea, if you're willing to entertain this idea out of cycle from your typical capital planning process, all of those are obviously your decisions. If you were to look for another one, I think the only viable option beyond this, free cash hasn't been certified or any of those pieces, it would really just be the stabilization fund.
Capital stabilization.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think moving on it while we already just approved to move with the North Street repaving, we already know that MassDOT is looking at Route 2 and working on that project. We already have the two bridges going. This just makes sense to sort of dovetail them all in and at least have some plan that we could then fold into the big picture.
Do you have a timeline on that section of Route 2 from DOT?
Well, they're going to be coming out to meet with you in August to have an informal conversation. I don't think, it's certainly not at the 25% level yet, so this is all conceptual at this stage. Depending on how those meetings with Erving Center stakeholders goes, that will inform how they move towards 25. I know we've been working with the Farley section previously, and they're getting ready to hit the 25% mile mark. Once they hit that, it tends to go a little quicker, and at that point, MassDOT starts to prioritize funding for the construction portion. So I would say, and this is just an estimate, you're talking early 2031, 32, somewhere in there, where this project may hit construction. So you're still talking 8 years from now that maybe Erving Center is being reconstructed. So that's why I said I think even though we're behind on the design, potentially working with Green, it's likely that our project may occur before MassDOT gets to the construction of Route 2. So
When in August do you have that meeting?
we're going to be sending it out to everybody through the Around Town August 14th, I believe is the date. And we'll have it here so that we can put designs up on the projection screen and roll out plans and let people ask questions.
And Church Street Bridge is tentatively right now, construction
Next year.
next summer.
We're at the 75% stage, trying to finalize the last comments. We're meeting with environmental folks tomorrow morning, hopefully resolving those comments. And the goal is to hit 100%. Even on your STM warrant, you have a draft of the easements article.
I'm just thinking in terms of like where this might fit in. And just would we do this before or after the bridge goes in? Because I know they propose it before, but
Right.
Swamp Road, just out of curiosity?
Swamp Road is still pre-25% because we had started work with one engineering firm. We were very fortunate to get accepted into the small bridge program, but we had to end that earlier relationship, and now we're starting up with a new one. We didn't lose that earlier work, but
Yeah.
they now need to incorporate that into
Okay.
another agency.
we just got to sign the firm, right?
Yeah.
That's where we are.
Okay. I mean, I agree. I think it makes sense. I think for me, the concern is capital now is truly only working with a finite amount of money, and there's a lot of stuff coming down the pike. We are looking at 3 things tonight that capital hasn't seen, and a grant that's still outstanding. I think there really needs to be some conversation about what the priorities are, and between capital and the Board of Selectmen and what the priorities for the community are. I don't disagree that this should move forward. I'm just really worried about funding. And replenishing the capital stabilization fund and knowing that there are other departments that are going to be asking for sizable projects for FY26 and forward, and how does that all come together, and how does that all fit in, and how do we make it all work?
This doesn't need a decision tonight. Like I said, this is the first we're seeing it, and I wanted to make sure it was in front of everybody. The question I had just in general on the information was the precision data proposal is part of theirs, right? On the speed monitoring? Is that what that is, right?
Sorry,
Yeah.
what was the question?
Yeah.
It's for section
It's
2 or?
It's page 66 in the board packet. That's for the speed monitoring relative to the green proposal, right?
Right.
I would just say I don't think that that's sufficient to just measure Wednesday and Thursday.
I thought that was kind of odd myself.
Like, I get that that's a middle of the week, but we should capture a weekend too.
Yeah,
Like,
that changes a
the
lot
variations is
on-
heavy in that roadway, so
It should be a week.
I get that it's overnight. You know, it looks like it's 48 hours overnight through those days, but
Right.
I would say either a full week. I think maybe that's the best choice. But Wednesday, Thursday. I'd at least say go Wednesday to Saturday, or
No, the way I'm reading this, it's 2 hours per day. So from 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to, it's not 48
I think it's
consecutive
days or
hours.
hours, and then they give dates, so I'm assuming it's 2 days rather than 2 hours because they gave 2 days.
But then they say 7 to 9 a.m. and then it's 4 to 6 p.m.
Yeah, I'm reading it like you are.
So I believe it's 2 hours on per day.
The first one's 2 48-hour 2-lane coverage.
So yeah, this
Second one is a
Okay,
48 hours
okay.
of speed, so you're going to get 2 days.
Yep.
I think 48 hours both days with speed, because speed's an add-on cost. And then I don't know what the TMC is, but that's a separate thing for those periods.
Okay. Glenn, when did they propose actually starting, if this was approved, when did they propose starting it, and how long did they think completion would take?
I don't even think he got into that. When it would start this and then a completion.
Complete Street, if we were, depends on the funding source and how, the scope of the project.
No, I mean for this proposal, for just this part of it.
When they could start?
Yeah.
And how long it would take, right?
Yeah, they did not give us an exact how long it will take, but they are
Okay.
ready to start. If we gave them the go-ahead, they would start to work with us.
Okay, so that wouldn't work. I was just gonna say with the traffic monitoring aspect of it, I think fall and ski season and foliage season and that particular time frame has a huge impact on that road
Yeah.
for that, and so it would be interesting to see if there could be monitoring done during that time as well.
Did you say fall foliage and ski season? They're not gonna put traffic counters out in the winter time.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't
Getting
snow.
Well, in our rainy season,
doesn't
Yeah, in
snow
our,
hard.
in our rainy, cold season.
they won't do them in the winter? Really?
No.
No, because they get fastened to the roads. So if you end up plowing, then you're gonna
Asking.
plow the counter up.
But that, I mean, turning counts are usually people on the field.
I'm
Turning
sorry?
it, like turning
the
counts. all that.
TMC, the turning movement counts?
Right.
Those 3 to 4 hours twice?
Okay.
We've had a couple in the past, and I think sometimes you'll see somebody sitting in like a chair by the side of the road
Yeah, with
clicking.
a
and
clicker.
Exactly.
Okay.
So some of this is physical. We've had
Okay.
pedestrian counters out there. You'll see a box mounted on like a telephone or a utility pole near the sidewalks. So there's a mix of devices and or strategies that they'll use to do this work,
Okay.
which is probably why there's defined time periods that they will commit to, because in some cases it will be somebody literally standing there doing that work.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes, it's not just a
So-
device always.
This is when acronyms can be bad because not everybody knows what they are and what they mean.
Agreed. But I think this conversation's been really helpful because we can go back to Green and ask for some clarity on these pieces, and if there's a slight change to the scope, understanding what that does to the price would be, I think, helpful for anybody. So
I think there was some consensus, at least it should be a week.
okay,
I mean, ideally, would I see it in a couple different seasons and see how that data may change, even if they've done most of the work already, if later on, but
Columbus Day weekend.
we can't do the exceptions either. That's the other end of the scale, like, to
Right,
be
yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
Like, we want more on the averages, but we don't want to pick the off-peak time only either, right? We want a balance, so.
I'm glad you brought that up. So, and I know we've talked a lot about grant sources. If we were to aim for the Complete Streets program again, that's the approach we're taking. The grant funding, if we wanted to seek that, is an option. And they are, the construction grants are competitive. Right now, they're taking, I believe, 2 applications a year. So it's usually October and April. So if we miss the October opportunity, which is probably too soon to try to aim for, the next round to apply for would be in April. So assuming we were trying to do something, the goal would be to have an application for one of those periods, regardless of what fiscal year you aim for. I know in the past, Mariah's tried to tell you when an application period is.
You said April, you said 2, what was the other one?
October. So every 6 months. But I believe it used to be a $400,000 cap, and I think they told us that it's now 500,000.
Just because of the cost of everything going up.
So if the project came in over 500, there would have to be a local portion that we'd have to cover.
Complete
Assuming
Streets,
we
is
were
that a
successful.
100% match, or is that a?
In the past, it was. So when we did the project on this side of town, you all decided to pay the engineering fees separate, so that we spent all $400,000 or as close to it on the actual construction. But we could have worked in the engineering if we needed to.
Multiple smaller projects till we get it done. No.
Right.
All right, we've got many more. So
Yep.
any other information that everybody would want? I don't think we're going to act on this tonight. So we'll keep it in front of us.
If any committees come up with questions, just let us know and we'll get it
Absolutely.
together.
Okay, anything else we want? For us?
Thank you,
You good?
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I lose that one on here somewhere. The review of the proposed asset management grant application for the water department. I like lost that in my, oh, there it is. 12. Are you coming for it? Okay, come on up, Darby, thank you. I didn't get a chance to confirm if you were here for it tonight, so thank you for joining us.
Does everybody know Darby?
I don't
No,
know.
so if Darby could introduce himself, that'd be awesome.
I'm Darby Shagnon. I'm the Assistant Chief Operator at the wastewater treatment plant and the water department.
Thank you for joining in
Yep.
stead. So I guess maybe a little bit of background, because I don't, again, this is another project that's coming up, right, unexpectedly, I think, for capital and everybody, so. kind of
Yeah, I
like
just
how-
actually heard about it, so I don't honestly know too much about it. so.
Okay, all right.
We just did this with the POTW one, right? The asset
I
management.
think that's a good contextual piece.
That's probably the, go ahead.
Do you want me to start there?
It's probably the confusion, right? It sounds familiar, but
Sounds
not, and
familiar,
like,
but not.
why are we here?
So you all dealt 2 years ago, I believe, with a requirement from DEP to do an asset management plan for the wastewater system. We were able to secure through the SRF, or the state's revolving loan fund program. Originally, it was a loan, then it turned, and we got town meeting approval for the loan, but then it turned into a grant. It was all that confusion.
The lead line project that you're
That was another one too. There's
Okay.
been we've gone to the revolving loan fund for a few things. So you
Okay.
had both of those things happening, one wastewater, one water. But DEP had put in that requirement for the asset management plan on the wastewater side. That's the document you all got about 4 months ago from Pete. That big document that we said during capital season, we'll start programming all these projects for all the assets. Well, back in the fall or later in this winter, the water side got a requirement to put together an asset management plan and to do a rate review. Jake and I worked with Pete. Pete reached out to DEP and asked for an extension. So we currently have an extension, and he mentions that in your memo, to August of '26. But these projects take time to do, so we can't wait until the spring of '26 to do the work. So Pete wants you all to know that there's currently an opportunity through the SRF again, this time on the water side, not the wastewater side. Very same terms as the last one, where they will cover 60% with grant funds, there's a 20% match in cash, and there's a 20% match in in-kind involvement from the staff. If you wanted to avail yourself of this grant opportunity, Ty and Bond is happy to work on this project for you, and that's the proposal that you have in here. They would help us put together the grant application and manage the project like they just did for the asset management plan on the wastewater side. But the grant deadline, that's why everybody's now talking about it in the last week, is July 26th. We just became aware of that grant deadline. So doesn't mean you have to do this grant application, does not mean we have to do the work now. But we wanted to make sure you knew about this opportunity. If we pass on this opportunity, it does not change that August 2026 date. That deadline is still a deadline the town must comply with. So we will just have to keep that on our radar to do the work by that date.
So my first question would be, if we're working with Time Bond, you're saying we have a deadline from DEP for August of 2026.
Correct.
Time Bond's proposal doesn't have us meeting a deadline until December of 2026. So how do those two things talk to each other?
Yeah, no, we would have to back that all up. You're absolutely right.
I was just looking at the exact same timeline.
Okay.
Going,
Yep.
Somewhere we missed a few months in there.
Yep.
My other question, and I think this is more of just maybe a little feedback for Pete. It looks like he had known about this since June 27th. So if he could have gotten it to us a little bit sooner, so it wasn't quite so backed up to a deadline, would have been appreciated, because then it would have given us a little more time to kind of have our normal back and forth.
I know he's not here. To his credit, he brought the request forward. We were not in a place to bring it forward to the board and everybody else. So maybe there's a question about how do we bring informal opportunities forward to capital into finance. If there's a short timeline, maybe there's a way for us to talk about that process, because that's good feedback.
Do we know when this grant program opened up?
That I don't know. It was around the week of July 4th when I started hearing that this is an opportunity, and the question was, when can we get it to the select board and to everybody? And this was the earliest date that we had time to have a discussion about it.
I know that's when, like, we came, well, I shouldn't say we, the town, at least Pete found out from Ty and Bond on the 20, late June, but I'm just curious, like,
Right.
had it been out there for 3 months and we didn't know about it, and so we're scrambling, because a lot of these end up being, we're scrambling, right?
Right.
Last minute, and all these things are out of cycle, which it is what it is, and if it's grants and it makes sense and we have timelines, obviously 2026 is a ways out, and it wasn't on the plan yet to do it now. Of course, it's not reassuring when I see a timeline that's December 26 and we're right now. Makes me wonder what would happen if we wait a year to start it, but
So
We got the other one done in a year, so and that was many more assets, and that was 3 different plants. So this is not going to take us,
yeah.
it will take months, it will take close to a year, but it's not going to take 2 years to do this work. We have about 270 accounts on the water side.
About that, yeah.
So, and we just did the lead service line project, so we're very familiar with all of the assets in town. This is a much smaller scope than our wastewater system.
So Brian, this is due the 26th. Is this a one-time grant, or will there be another one next year on July 26th, or is it still all up in the air?
That's the thing we don't know. As when we applied the last time, we thought these were loans, then they became grants. I think the SRF is a pretty reliable source to get this, and so I think the idea that DEP provides these annually is likely true. Can we promise that? No.
Do we know if there was one last year?
I mean, clearly there was on the wastewater side. I assume they offered it on the water side as well. And we had one, we didn't have this mandate, and we did have a mandate on the wastewater, so that's where we focused our energy. I don't know that means it will be there next year, but it very well may be there next year. So I don't think if you pass on this that we're going to lose an opportunity to apply again in the future, with the caveat that we can't guarantee that.
Would there be time to do it? I know you were talking about it's a large timeline now, but you start cutting into it, it's going to take a lot of time.
Right.
Would there be time to do it if we went for it
next year and got it to get it finished for the 2026?
I think the only thing that I recall from this last one, and the last one was the first time for all of us, so there was a learning curve associated with it. If I remember correctly, we got the approvals. That one required a town meeting approval. We did all of that. I don't know if it would require it this time if it's a straight out grant. But by the time we got all the paperwork done, got everything submitted, got the contracts back from the state, it was already the fall. So just in doing the paperwork and getting the approval from Mass DEP, you can't spend any money and you can't engage the contractors until you get those countersigned contracts back. So that starts you, if that was to happen again, we apply next July, we get the award, we do all the contracting, say it's October. So our window will be October to June at probably the latest to have a report to the board, make sure everything is good to go, make sure that they're ready to submit it, and hopefully there's no revisions that DEP needs. They didn't give us any revisions on the one that we submitted for wastewater, so I think that's a good sign that we're getting quality products. So it would be, in that scenario, it would be a tighter timeline. I don't know that that's something that we couldn't do, and I could go back to time bond and say, if we apply next year, can we do this in a more compressed timeline?
Do we suspect that these are going to be something that they're going to start making us do, like every 3 years, every 5 years? Like, is it
Good
something
question.
that in the future we can kind of work a little more permanently into a plan?
I would.
Well, I actually have a question for you Deb, on that.
Yep.
Have we had these before?
No.
These are new mandates and newly added,
Yeah.
like wastewater, we just had the mandate and just added it for the first time ever
Yep.
in this official way. I think it's, and we can go ahead with opinions, I mean, from there, but I'm thinking it's more of a, now they've added it as a new requirement. It's a more of a long-term plan, like we talk about with capital, so
Yeah.
will it need to get refreshed once in a while or updated for how your assets change, maybe? But the things on that wastewater list looked like 5 to 10 years plus of work. I mean, and longevity, right?
Yeah, I don't think it'd be like every 2 or 3 years. I think it'd be, a lot longer than that, like 10 to 15 years out probably.
Okay.
I don't think it'd be a year, every 2 or 3 years, I don't think, but I could be wrong.
There could be
Okay.
I would hope we actually could develop a decent process for adding things to it when we
Yeah.
add assets or fix assets. Because a lot of what comes out of this was things we should do to keep the asset life cycles going and maintain them. That work is going to have to get incorporated into the document somewhere that you've done it. So hopefully it's a living document instead of a project like this in the future. I hope. I mean, I think that's what we try to strive for, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think the only thing you had comparable to this in the past was the upgrade at POTW number 1. And at the end of that, you put Op10 into place. So I think you had some of those assets, but we had nothing for the rest of the system and nothing in the collection. So I think until they requested that was the first time.
Okay. And I see they require 20% of in-kind services. Is that something that all the departments feel they have the capacity to handle?
So the 20% involves any staff time. So when anybody from the water department is working on this project, that gets incorporated. So the outreach to the residents, the planning meetings, the actual site work out in the field, all of that gets captured on a timesheet.
Okay.
And then covers it. So it can add up pretty quickly.
And then thinking back to like the wastewater one, are we accompanying or with any, like all the time they're doing like on-site asset assessment and things like that? Are we accompanying them always? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so that's all counting towards it.
Okay.
Bandwidth on a grant proposal side of this, Tie and Bond would provide that as a service for the expected hopeful work later? As a free service?
In the event,
The
because obviously
application.
3
the
days is not
application.
enough time to put together a grant application. So in anticipation that you may choose to go forward, my understanding is they've drafted a fair amount of it. So if you said yes, they could proceed and help us with that. Because it is not a small lift, and they know this paperwork better than we do.
Funding sources?
For the matches?
The only one I would have is It would have to be stabilization at this point because we don't have retained earnings certified.
They're talking about work in 2025.
If you-
2026, I'm sorry. Most of that timeline was 2026.
So we could
So the
do it
matching's not
after-
needed now,
That's correct.
right? I mean, this grant doesn't
That is
doesn't
correct.
have a 1-year cycle on it. They're proposing work not even start for another year.
When we got the award, again, depending on how they certify this, when they got the award for the asset management, they asked us to have the certified town meeting vote that the money was appropriated. So I assume that at the contracting stage is where they're going to ask for the proof. So as long as we had that done, the November, if there was a fall special or a winter special, and we had to move money around and we were contracting, I think that's all we'd have to do. And by then, retained earnings in the water department would be certified. I mean, that's where it should come from, is the retained earnings in the water
I
department.
was just gonna say, we do have retained earnings to cover that easily.
Oh, yeah, you have
We have a
over
few hundred in there,
200,000.
don't
I
we?
was
Yeah.
saying, this is estimating about 20,000.
About 20,000.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we'd want to do it or if it would make sense, but it looks like you can increase your in-kind match to 70 to 100% for small towns, small systems. You can request it, increase it to 70 to 100% match, in-kind rather than cash. So if that made sense with the scope of work, again, it's got to be bandwidth we have and things like that, but that might be an option too, to reduce the amount we'd have to put in. So water retained earnings isn't certified right now,
Correct.
so it's not even none of it's available until it's certified? Okay.
Correct.
But it will be by the time we would need any money.
Correct.
And we don't know of any reason why the 200 wouldn't be 200 plus.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
it's not gone anywhere. Thoughts on going forward or not, or waiting, or seeing if it's out next year and putting it off a year, hoping it's still there or not?
Could I ask, like bandwidth, you mean, is there enough people to have the hours to do the work? But if Time Bond's gonna do that part of it, and we've got the money in retained earnings, what would be the benefit to wait?
My question. That was. That's why I asked about bandwidth, because yes, they're going to do it, then that's not bandwidth, right? And there's a little bit. We still have a little bit, I'm sure, but it's another thing. It's another cost. It's another project on top of what we already have, right? That's one of them.
Well, and it's, I mean, looking at their chart, it's over 500 hours of staff time that they're expecting, so, I mean, that isn't a little bit of staff time, that's a fair chunk of staff time they're expecting put into this. I mean, Brian, do you have 100 hours? Because
it's
that's
a fair
what they're
question.
saying.
It is a fair question.
What do you think about that, Darby? I mean, you know what you guys put in for like the wastewater one. Is that
We're gonna have to do it eventually,
feasible?
though. I mean, might as well get it done, I think.
There's a portion of this work that, regardless of how we pay for it or who does it, who we contract for it, the water department's going to have to do, no
Yep.
matter what, right?
Yep.
To be successful.
Right,
'Cause we're not going to be able to contract out some of that in kind, no matter what.
right.
Okay. I don't know if it's 500 hours, but
Yeah, I don't
it's,
know.
it's a lot. It's probably a lot.
500 hours over a group
year?
of people over a year, you know, for work that I think would have to be done anyways. Like, to your point, some of this work is going to happen anyway. Some of this on-site stuff, at some point we have to do the project regardless. And we're going to have to do some legwork through the water department to make it happen. If you can recoup some of that actual work that was going to be done anyways and call it in-kind service, it checks a box and it checks off that 20% or a portion of it.
I know Pete was recommending it. You guys talk about it. I mean, you think you're prepared to field the work and handle it within the time frame? Okay.
What are the consequences if we were to meet that if we were to not meet that mandate deadline?
Of August 2026? feel like that's a question I usually ask, and it's
It is a question usually asked.
it's like the DEP. I asked you nicely, then what? Most people don't seem to want to find out the end, then what, probably for good reason.
Well, maybe we can ask FERCog because they have us not meeting the deadline according to them.
Time bond.
Time bond, sorry, FERCog.
Well, it sounds like we already asked for, I shouldn't say it sounds like, I know we did. We already asked for an extension because we weren't meeting the timeline already.
Our, extension
So-
is August of 26th.
Yeah.
I don't know. Pick and choose your battles, I guess. I don't know if this is one.
No, I'm not saying, I'm asking that question in advance of saying, what are the advantages of waiting? I think the more time we have to get this done, the better. So I'd rather start tomorrow than a year from now.
I mean, looking at it all, in the big picture, you've got the assistant chief operator, a recommendation from the superintendent, that they can take the bandwidth of the 20% in kind, their department per se. Fairly confident that we're not going to lose our 200,000 plus in retained earnings, through the certification process. I don't see any reason why we would delay.
Actually, it just brought me to a question. Any other large-scale projects, enhancements, or
No.
deficiencies, I guess, that we know
Not at
we were
all.
planning to work on in the water department? We did the tank work,
Yeah,
so
mixer's done.
nothing on the horizon that you know of. I can't think of any capital projects that are open or planned at this point.
I can't think of any either.
Okay.
I think my only concern would be confirming with Ty and Bond that they can meet the August
Yeah.
2026 deadline, because that's,
They're
The
gonna
only
have
other benefit is that they sometimes can be a good partner in helping with DEP to move deadlines when they're in progress. I mean, they've helped work with that before, so that is one advantage of working with them because they work with DEP a lot on a lot of
Right.
these projects, so.
yeah, and they do have August on here, and there is a review meeting, so maybe there's something within that review meeting that they know about, that they just don't go into details. My only concern is if we've already received an extension, that I just don't want DEP to come back and go, you already got your extension and now you're SOL. So,
So we're not happy, you got fines, and we're not gonna give you that funding after all.
exactly.
We don't want any of that, 100%.
They'll take all our birthdays away too.
Here's your grant, nope, not anymore.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That doesn't
So-
sound great.
Sounds all bad. All right, we'll go, finance? Yay or nay? Or
Yeah, I think the
recommendation?
finance committee should move forward with it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes, any abstentions? Unanimous from finance.
Capital.
I'll make a motion to move forward.
Second.
Any other discussion about it, or? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous.
So I will follow up with them tomorrow.
Do you guys want to do it?
Yeah, no, I will make a motion that we move forward.
I don't want to belabor it, don't get me wrong. Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And we want to confirm that they can meet the timeline, or it's one of those where the deadline is the draft, and then there's additional months for the final. 'Cause I know some go both ways, so just make sure they're meeting that deadline that we need to meet.
Any sign-offs or anything, you're okay with me signing, or
Yes.
one of you want to be the signatory?
I will make a further motion that we authorize Brian Smith to,
Execute any and all.
let's execute any and all necessary agreements.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
I'll follow up
Good.
with them tomorrow, and I'll copy you on all those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Darby.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Nice to
coming,
meet you.
Darby.
Okay, and see what we can do on the next few. The IP mill, discussion regarding a former IP mill site. There was some brief discussion about this last meeting. There was discussion about this last meeting. Well, we came out of that with, we obviously didn't have everybody here for a joint meeting, so we wanted to bring it back, and we're really talking about how do we maximize and potentially go ahead and use these $600,000 grant for some selective demo. Tie-in Bond, Tie-in Bond came back with some probable cost proposals for some selective areas. Many of those, which you have that data, also included a significant portion of rebuilding to make the building weather tight again after. So it was fix this roof or rebuild a wall, or these things on a building that we at least generally assume will continue to get demoed along the way. So I know at least myself, and I think some of the discussion was around struggling with how much money are we spending to repair a building to tear it down later of that. So how is that maximizing? And so the question for tonight is, how would we approach the site as it is, and what specifically do we want to ask Tie-in Bond to give us an estimate on or a recommendation on, so that we don't keep asking them, well, how about this, how about this, how about this? Because that's where we ended up last time, is we asked how about this, they came back, and as we looked it over, we said, oh, well, how about that, or that, or that, or that. So instead, before we go back to them one more time, can we just be very specific about the criteria that we want around the proposal or the recommendation that they come back with? So is it to do the least possible rebuilding? Is it to take down any buildings where we're not going to have to rebuild much, if anything, where that's removed? Because some sections that they've had identified, a full wall would have to be rebuilt. Can we take an adjoining building that's attached but has a wall? Can that wall be made weather tight at a much lesser cost? Those sorts of things, just to throw out some ideas. So looking for everyone to kind of weigh in with how would you approach it, or what things do you think need to be in that criteria, so we can give them a much finer scope to work within. I think we got up to, I don't know, 200 to 300 of the 600 was rebuilding costs.
Yeah.
And it's like, if 30 to 50% of the money is fixing something while we're trying to tear it down, seems wasteful.
I think any money we spend on rebuilding is going to be it's thrown away money.
Right.
We should not do any rebuilding, fixing. It should all be taking down.
Unless we can take the whole thing, it's probably not zero, that's the problem. But
Yeah, but I think we're better off to not use the whole 600 as opposed to use some of it and build with the rest of it, because we're going to have to tear it down anyways.
Right, but we can't tear down part of it and leave it structurally unsound, or
Are there pieces
Or
that we can
open.
tear down within the 600, tear down completely, and be done with them, as opposed to having to build other pieces? You know what I'm
okay?
saying?
Yep.
Question on a lot of this, and maybe this goes back to what we had kind of sort of talked about, I don't know in what iteration. All of these, almost all the proposals that they put forth have abatement, and I thought we were pretty confident that that building was abated fully. Or there was a question about
Asphalt.
just the roof?
Most of the roof. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the shingles, they said May.
Is it expensive to have them tested to prove one way or another they are or they aren't? Because there's a lot of costs in here that is also abatement. So if it's a couple grand to have them tested to prove that yes, they are or no, they aren't, versus spending all this in abatement.
That's going to happen regardless.
Okay.
They're going to test the material to figure out. So all of this work is under the supervision of a licensed site professional, which is required for any hazardous materials. So if there is not that material, the cost to dispose of it becomes less. There's still a higher processing cost for construction debris. I know Thomas was there with us. If it's painted brick, they can't just process that like regular refuse. That's got to be treated in a different way. But it's not the same as hazardous material that's got lead or asbestos in it. So there's different tiers to that. If it's not going to include those materials, that's going to come down in terms of cost. but they've got to carry that as a potential cost that we would have to encounter in these proposals, and so it does look high because the potential
Okay.
exists, right?
Okay.
We could, to answer your question, we could do that. It will delay a decision, and potentially if it comes back as materials that did need to be abated, and now we've just spent maybe this money or some money to confirm that, we've just spent it
Yep.
in addition, right?
Yep.
I might have missed a meeting or two here, but how is Turner's getting their grants? You know, have you looked into that at all, or?
You're not the first resident to ask that question, and I'm not going to pretend to know what they've been working on for the last several years. I think anybody who's watching at home or who's in the room, kudos to the town of Montague for what they've been able to accomplish. We've been working with the same professionals, the same groups, the same EPA. It's all this very similar efforts. They're a few years ahead of us. They've been working on this maybe 25 plus years. So a lot of the same efforts. I think the one thing that you all have to keep in mind that is different, they are dealing with structures that are between a canal and the Connecticut River, with structures literally built into the side of the river. If that structure slides and falls into the river, you now have a hazmat situation in a waterway. If our structure, even though it's close to the Mills River, was to collapse on itself, it will just fall on the ground. It's not going to fall into the river.
It's important stuff, but it's not tonight either, because we've got to decide about the 600 or give it up.
Right.
So I understand, and we've said it in a couple of the last meetings too, about
Yeah.
understanding what can we learn from that and potentially
okay.
get the rest of the way, but we've got to decide if we're going to utilize the 600 or give it back, because we're out of time on that.
That is fair.
I like Ben's idea. I think I would like to see a plan that is inclusive, or that is solely with minimal to zero rebuilding.
Isn't that when we discussed, if I'm looking at this diagram correctly, is it building 3 that's a standalone building?
We believe so, yeah.
It's tucked in quite close on the north side, but if I remember from the times I got called to that place, you could walk through the walkway completely around it.
Yep, I think there was comments about 7A
Right.
and B.
Right.
It's the newest potentially, but it was add-on, and so there's some doorways, but it may be almost completely structurally sound, you know. Closing up a few doorways or entrances and bays is a lot easier than a full wall, right?
Yeah.
So those are the kind of things that came up. So if that's, you know, if that's the approach that we're asking, it's all about what's the approach, right? It's not fixing the roof that the insurance company doesn't like, right? So
Deb, you had asked at the last meeting that we come with ideas on what is our vision for that, you know, because we all seem to have a differing of opinion on which avenue we should go down with that building. I also had written down, you know, utilize the 600, maximizing any and all demolition that can be done with a minimal amount of rebuild. It doesn't make sense to rebuild. But the overall vision we had talked about when it went to ATM was if it didn't pass, it was going to be auctioned off. We were going to get rid of the property. There was some concerned citizens that said, let's push back on that a little bit. Let's ask that we look at this one more time. So that's what we've been doing. I would entertain that if we can maximize some demolition and get that ball rolling to remove some of the blight, some of the concern with that grant, there is a potential that there might be another entity out there that's willing to look at it that wasn't able to look at it before, if we've taken a little bit of the burden off. It's not the whole $4 million burden, but it can be substantial enough. And our 4 million may not be the same as a private entity's cost to do the same demolition. They don't have the same burdens that we have, how we have to bid it and our costs associated with it. So my vision for it is to utilize that 600 to the maximum we can without having to expend that for rebuild. And then potentially put this back out there one last time and see if anybody's interested in it.
Building 8 off the table for now.
Yes.
It's a great coffee shop. Leave it alone.
Yep. Yep. No, that
I think we all have some attachment to building 8.
I don't know
so-
why, but we all do. It's
And it's the inlet and that permit, and we might
Yeah.
exclude it anyway, right?
I think of things like what they've done in Orange, and they have the orange, the orange boathouse and things like that. And you know, if this area became something, what a cute little spot to rent it to someone for kayak rentals or fishing rental. You know, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
It has potential, if nothing else.
Anything else around that scope? I mean, I think
I don't
tear
have-
down as much as we can with the least amount of rebuild to leave it structurally sound and secure. Weather tight. We're not looking to improve it, right?
Correct.
So we should be clear. Weather tight needs to be like entrances and things and the new exterior wall, not the roof on the part that we didn't touch.
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
Agreed.
So I'm redoing this scope to keep 7A and 7B as we had already previously identified, but we're also now including building 3.
I think we want to go to time bond and say our goal is
Just
to
hit the
get
goal.
to $600,000
Okay.
with as much demolition of the building footprint outside of building 8 with the least possible rebuild costs
Okay.
to shore and secure
Okay.
and stabilize what's left behind after the demo, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
No,
Agreed.
no roof fixes, none of that. We're trying to not do any of that.
What I don't want to do is tell them building 3, building 7, building
Don't do
A
that.
and B, and then they come back with just that, and we saying
Got
that
it.
didn't fit what we were looking for.
Or they
Got
say,
it.
yep, that was all you could do. But you could have done 1, A, B, C, D, and 3. You know, so,
We want their
Okay.
expertise to tell us how do we maximize that 600.
Got it.
and if that's listing sections or discrete building numbers and the costs that they would associate, that those, and then we pick from those because they're all standalone, but they all can just be done that way, so be it.
Okay.
Or if they say these are the most interconnected 6 things, but if you take them all, it's 600, and you don't have to do much work. That kind of
Got it.
philosophy. Is that
That
make
makes
sense?
Yep.
Good? Check. And then hopefully we have that for the next meeting and we can say, go out to bid on something and say, yes, we're going to use the money. Because otherwise, I think at that point, we got to say,
Right.
we're not going to.
I'm sure they've already looked into this, but when we were there walking through with them, their concern was getting equipment back if we wanted to do anything in the rear of the building.
Agreed.
That's why 5B and 5C was the main focus, because that's the only access to get large equipment out there.
Because they can come right in on the side, right?
Yeah.
Right in on.
Oh, because they can't get under 1 and 2?
Yeah, they're concerned about getting equipment
Large
back there
enough.
if 5A, or 5B and 5C were still standing.
Right.
Okay. I wonder if they go and take 3 out first, if they could keep going. No, but
That's
either
possible.
way.
It's possible.
You know, I don't know, because that underpass, so who
Right.
knows? But yeah, okay. That's a good point.
Great question.
Part of me says street in, just start chewing away at it. But who knows? I'll leave that to the experts.
And they may be able to come at the middle of it instead of
Right.
4.
Yeah, I
And
just
look at
remember
3.
they were like, that's gonna
a
be
good point.
tough, so.
Yep. I will follow up with them. So did I just hear a joint meeting in August?
I don't know when you'll have an answer from Time Bond. I mean, there's probably going to be a joint meeting in August, yes. I just don't know when.
I'll just give them a deadline. Okay.
Okay.
Pick one.
So August 12th. Sure, it won't be a big agenda. Just add
Nope.
this. Okay. I feel like I'm missing one. Are we on to STM? Did I miss some? No, I missed the Mass
STM
Grant,
and the
Mass
Mass
Trails
Trails.
Grant Award.
And we have 5 minutes.
I know.
Clearly going to come back.
Is is finance and capital up for coming back around, I don't know, say 8:45, 9 o'clock for the STM discussion? Just break for the historical one and come back to this, the last topic or this one if we're not done.
Sounds like we have to.
Okay. So we'll start discussion around the Mass Trails Grant Award. So last meeting we talked about it a little bit. There was some outstanding questions on, did Rec, were they able to meet and get back to us?
I met at 6 o'clock today.
Oh, all right.
Does Representative
Jackie,
Beck-
come on up if you would. I need to step away for just a second. Take that. Thank you.
Good evening. So we had our meeting at 6 o'clock tonight. We made a motion to allocate $3,000 towards the Mass Grant feasibility study. It's been on the open space goal list since at least 2010, because I inadvertently pulled up the 2010 and said, oh, it's there. I'm like, wait a minute, no, these dates don't match up. And then I realized it was in the 2018 update as well. And we feel that it's something that the townspeople have spoken for us in various surveys that we've done, that they would like more opportunities to hike and that sort of thing and connect the two ends of town, so.
I was glad that you pulled that up because I sat on that and I still couldn't recall that we had that section in there under section 9.
Yeah, it was actually in the 2010 one
Yeah.
and the 2018 one,
Yep.
so it's been a goal for a while, but the Recreation Commission feels that it's really something that we could get behind, and it would pull our vision of what we want to do with Riverfront Park together even more.
So to that point, Jackie reminded me this morning, because I also forgot, that a project like this was defined as an action goal in the open space and rec plan from at least 2018. I wasn't aware of 2010.
It was in the same wordage in the 2010.
So
Yeah.
I printed copies for the FinCom and capital planning members, so that's what's in front of you. And I just highlighted the relevant sections.
Yeah, and it's almost as if we wrote it last week, talking about all of the different stakeholders and the processes and the players at the table. 3,000 gets us close. Our match was 48. 45.
Match is 16.
No, it's
It's like 7,200 for the grant, and then it's another 8,500 for.
no, hold on. Let me pull it back up.
Says,
So the whole project in totality is just under $38,000.
Yeah.
We've got a grant for 30,000.
Yeah.
We have to come up with the initial thought was that there was a $4,500 cash, and we were going to use the town planner's time to cover the remaining match. We don't have that right now. So the question is about closing the 4,500. We have this other question about who do you want to engage in this? Right now, FRCOG has put forward a proposal. It's up to $8,000 to do their work if they were to provide that service for us. It's just an option. If we had a different way to cover the staff time, we could reduce that. So it's just part of that. Those are some of the options that we can approach it. FRCOG is very interested in providing that service to you all. They did say in their proposal, and I believe I gave you their email that outlined it, that there's some staff time that they could dedicate towards that, but they just couldn't cover the full 100 hours that they assumed.
So looking at the grant application itself, I think I'm on page 2. Number 3, cost sharing provisions, it's $7,713.12. So when
That's
you
the
add.
staff time plus the 4,500.
Okay, and so then with the 8,500 for the other, to pay FRCOG, we're at like close to 16. No?
So the only
No.
cash in the initial proposal to the state is the 4,500 for the engineering firm. The other 3,000 and change was staff time. If we're going to attribute that staff time now to a vendor, say for COG, 3 of that we were already committed to. So in that scenario, there's an additional 5. It's not another 8 on top of it. But again, that could be reduced if we had a different solution to that.
Right.
For COG is just one option.
yeah, because the way I was looking at the math is it's 4,500 was cash, 3,500 was in kind. We don't have the in kind. FRCOG said they could do it. It's around 8,000. So, you're looking at a difference of about 4,500 that was missing. Breck just said 3,000, so that's about $6,000 is the delta. That's the gap
Right.
that we'd be looking at. And, I had mentioned at our last meeting, I think using the line item that's there in the planning for that 6,000, it was 9,000 last time, but now with rec offering up to 3, using the 6,000 out of that line item, it will not impact any other budget. To your point, it will impact if we're using that as a piggy bank to know that we're not going to spend it, and we're creating additional free cash next year, then yes, that 6,000 is earmarked in your mind potentially for, FY25 and beyond monies. But if we're not earmarking that and we're just saying, we have it here, there's a grant in front of us, we could use 6,000 of that line item. There's 10, I believe, attributed.
10.
We wouldn't even max that out. And that's without even going into any of the salary line item that we're originally proposing.
Correct.
It's leaving all of that to continue to build equity, so to speak. So I'm in favor of utilizing those line items and moving forward with it. Thank you, Rec, for your willingness to put the 3,000 towards it.
Well, we're really in support of it, and like I said, it's been on the open space goals for a while, so we just think it'll be a good fit for everything if it moves forward. I realize it's only a feasibility study, but I did read last week that Sunderland got a nice chunk, $145,000 or $150,000 towards what exactly after their feasibility study was to do this sort of work again. So I'm hopeful that once our feasibility study is done, that we would also get some additional grant money to make it happen.
All right, would you be suggesting then that if the feasibility study is completed, I guess my question is, when do we foresee this project moving forward? And is it something that if there are grants available, is Rec suggesting that you guys would swap around some of your, like, you have the open park grant that you want to go for, you have the park, right now you have the feasibility study for that. So is that something that if this grant was successful that we could shift around? I guess I'm just trying to figure out like what the timeline is for this and how we fit it in with everything else we have going on.
Good questions. In terms of the timeline for this
I think
project,
that was Rec question, wasn't it?
I think that's a question about priorities, but in terms of this contract, you have to be done by June 30.
Not the feasibility study, the actual project. So we get a feasibility study back.
But I guess the reason I say that is only you won't even know, one, is this even legally feasible with all the stakeholders that you need to, and two, if there's support to do this, and what a potential cost is for this project until June of next year. You won't even know. So this is potentially something that you could even put into your planning for FY27, potentially.
That's what I'm trying to ask,
Right.
is like, when do we foresee this potentially coming to fruition?
Right, just in terms of even having the information to ask for money. What that means for Rec, I don't know. But in terms of when you all would even have numbers to even think about, you're talking about your budget cycle for FY27 at the earliest.
So, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding, if this is would this not be more of a Rec thing because it's a trail? So would that not be under Rec because it's?
Where this will live ultimately, I
So
don't
hang
know.
on,
We're over the.
I don't think we're well aligned at this point, and we are over, and I know we're running over everywhere, but I'm trying not to be too far over, so let's come back to this. So we'll continue on the grant when we resume the joint session with Finance and Capital.
Okay.
And I will move that we recess the joint with Finance and Capital at 8:34. We will resume after the joint with Historical.
Do we need to take our stuff or can we leave it here?
You can leave.
Okay, I just didn't know where
Yeah,
historical was
yeah.
going, that's all.
I mean, I don't know that we plan for where everybody's going tonight. It's a lot of people, so a lot of meetings, a lot of groups. Thank you.
So, you made the motion that we recess, does
I
that
did.
require a second?
It does, and a vote, thank you.
So moved.
So there was a second. All those in favor of recessing?
Aye.
Thank you, aye. All right. And so then at 8:35, I will call the joint meeting with the Historical Commission to order. If it would be easier, I know the names are wrong, but you are welcome to sit over here if that's easier, just because of the number of people, or you can all sit up there if you want. I just don't know. I don't think maybe I should ask from a broadcast standpoint, should we be over there because of the number of people? Okay, all right, we'll give us just a moment to change our sound setup. We'll have to plan the logistics of this money. different groups in one night.
We knew this
It's
was
a lot.
ambitious.
It's a lot of demand. Appreciate everyone's patience with us. Thank you, sir. Welcome. So, review of the proposed demolition delay bylaw. So, appreciate your patience on it. I know you had sent it to us a while back, and it's been on the list. Glad we can get to it. Thank you for all for coming tonight.
Section 10 in your packets.
Yep.
So we're here to go over the bylaw in general with you and talk about the philosophy and how we got to where we are now. The Historical Commission has been considering this type of, what comes before a bylaw? A policy and then bylaw, and then really think there's not much reason to have a policy without the enforcement end to it. So we are asking to move this forward as a bylaw through the discussion phase. We've been going over the concept probably for more than a year. We're probably pushing 2 years at this point. And we've been through the way similar bylaws are written in other places and what has been through the Attorney General. We have taken it through our town attorney as well and gotten comments back. And we are looking for the ability to understand the resources we have, which hopefully, when we get our historical survey underway shortly, we'll have a better basis for what is available in town that needs to be protected, and then the ability to increase consideration when a proposal may come along in the future to demolish these type of historic structures. We had the benefit of Dave Brule's experience in the town of Montague with the same thing, which was enacted about a year ago. And I'm going to, I think, defer to him mostly on the fine points. But I did want to stress that we have looked at various bylaws that were approved, and it has been in front of our town attorney. So this is the next step to take it before the rest of the town.
So this has already incorporated any recommendations from council to this point, right? Okay. Sarah,
I spent
if
the time with the attorney on the phone, and all the recommendations that she made are in that final document that we presented to you.
okay, great.
So it's all vetted by her.
I should have asked you to start with that, but for the audience, if you would introduce yourselves. I mean, we know you, but just for everyone who might be watching, if you would.
Sure, Sarah Campbell, and I chair the commission.
I'm David Brule. I was the chairman of the commission for a number of years, and then I retired from that slot, which is...
But we're not going to let him go.
So I'm a commissioner. I actually a commissioner here in Erving, and I chaired the Montague Historical Commission as well, and now vice chair of that commission.
Phil Johnson is our vice chair, and Kelly Lloyd is our most recent member.
Welcome, thank you. Did you want David to say a few things about the finer points, or did you want that to be in response to anything we may ask?
Well, I could say just one or two words based on experience, and that is that there are a good, well, several hundred plus communities in Massachusetts that have a demolition delay bylaw, and it's been encouraged by the Massachusetts Historic Commissioner that we pursue this. It's really let's say, a means of historic preservation. So in reality, what basically happens if the bylaw is passed by town meeting, what happens is that if a person, resident, wishes to demolish a building, the demolition application goes to the building inspector. And the building inspector, if if that person, if that building inspector deems that it is an emergency, then he gives a demolition permit. If there's a question, then he refers it to the Historic Commission, and we have a number of different ways of going about it. We can either make a determination that the building in question is not of historic significance, and end of story. If there's a question about the value, the cultural or historic value of a building, then we would have to hold a meeting. There's a whole timeline, of course. We would have to hold a public hearing and come to some kind of a decision about either okaying the demolition permit or requesting a 6-month delay or a 5-month delay to seek further input in terms of maybe something could be done with the building if it was going to be demolished. It's interesting. I chaired the hearing that oversaw the demolition of the Farron, and so I cut my teeth on that project, and it was testy. It was challenging because, as you might know, a lot of people wanted to preserve the building, and a lot of people, especially the Board of Selectmen, felt they really would like to take advantage of the offer made by the Trinity Corporation to remove it. So it wound up, we did not invoke the delay, and so the demolition went forward. But it's a chance for townspeople and the Historic Commission to review and perhaps give a reprieve to potentially important structure before it's being demolished. So that's kind of the long and short of it. It is important to note that it will have to go in front of the town meeting, and there will be, I'm sure, plenty of discussion, and people may have concerns. So that's how it's worked so far.
And on
Thank you.
page 79 of your packets, David provided a flow chart on how the Montague process works.
Mm-hmm.
I should just mention, we do have 2 other members who aren't here tonight, so it's a larger committee that debated this concept.
Thank you. So from there, questions from the board or anything? Thank you for the background.
Just making my
Yeah.
way to page 79.
While he's
Because it
making his
might
way down
answer
to
my
79. The question I have is, you had mentioned the study or the survey of all of our properties and building a registry. We don't currently have any registry, correct? Of
No.
historic buildings.
There was a beginning of a survey done primarily around Erving Center. It's on file in the state. You can access it in the Macris database.
Okay.
But there's no requirement. So what we would do would supplement that and cover the other areas of town and give some context to things. It's, what do I want to say? Having the survey doesn't give you protection of itself. It gives us more information. One of our goals, I think, is to extend the National Register in Miller's Falls across the river to Erving. That's one thing that this survey can feed off of. But again, that is not a restrictive zone either. We're just looking to get more information together, make it available to people, and really celebrate our heritage.
So the reason I ask is, in the bylaw, the way it's written, and these are questions that'll, if and when this moves forward, I would propose, I would suppose these questions would be asked at a town meeting somewhere down the line. But there are questions, they're finite information about significant buildings. There are registries they're on the National Registry of Historic Places, they're on the Massachusetts Historical Commission list, so those are all finite. We know what those are, they've been deemed that way, they're in a registry somewhere. The part that gets a little gray is the preferably preserved, and that's more of just a subjective it's not objective. It's not, there's no measure other than a group of people that get together and say, we feel this warrants keeping. And I'm not sure I agree with the language the way it's written, but I'm also just one resident and wouldn't, stop this from going
One
forward
thing that
based on
seems
that.
odd to me from the start is anything over 50 years old is considered historic, and we're thinking things that are 200 years old, but that's the line that the
50.
state or the feds draw.
Yeah.
It surprised me when I was doing work,
Yeah.
disaster work
Most of
in
our
Texas.
town would fall on that
Exactly, exactly.
Some individuals, I believe.
Say I'm historic. So I would just suggest that maybe in some information when you're talking about that, nowhere in here does it say sort of that idea of what the iteration is of what you all determine is preferably preserved. And you're looking at buildings that are 200 plus. Whereas if I were to look up anywhere else and it says 50 years old, well, my home's over 50 years old. And if it's paid off and I don't want to keep it up anymore and I want to tear it to the ground and put up a tiny home, I don't want to do that. But, do I have do I have an entity that says you can't do that? You've got to wait a full year. You have to give us time to find another alternative for what you want to do with your property that you paid for. I have a little concern with that. So I think while in balancing that with also, I admire old architecture. I love looking at it. I love studying it. There's a balance. And this doesn't sort of parse out what that balance is. So just curious about that. And you don't have to answer that tonight. We're not voting on this tonight as far as the bylaws as it's presented. That would go to a town meeting we're listening tonight. But the question came up, so I wanted to sort of throw that back out there.
Yeah, nobody wants to be told what to do, especially with their house.
Right.
Right.
So one solution, that's a very good observation. I think we can go back to our commission and discuss what that's supposed to mean and maybe, as you suggested, parse that out a little bit more, hash it out to what that could be. But it is really subjective, so there could be disagreement among the commissioners and certainly would perhaps coming from the town. But and we could get some advice from our attorney as well.
Might
That's
add
a good
members to the
observation.
commission, huh? We might add members to the commission. We could have a half a dozen more people.
Well, and where it's vague,
Yeah.
every change in commissioners can change what that subjectivity delivers. So yours might be, for example, 200 years, and the next might be 51, right? And so that's, I think, I agree, and I think that's where maybe definition, if you can do it while maintaining the level of balance in broad view with a little more discreet.
Yeah, although we don't have Frank Lloyd Wright houses in Erving, that's a newer piece of architecture that would have some value.
Right. I'm not sure you can, but those are surely things that people will want to understand. Does my house fit in this definition somewhere as I talk about it on town meeting floor or ask questions, right? And that kind of thing. So you were looking first, so please go ahead.
Right, no, and that was actually while I was looking to answer my own question, Scott almost verbatim quoted what I was going to mention was in section 3B, the subjectivity involved in especially 3B 2A 1 through 4 and talks about, has character or interest. Well, what is the character or interest to whom? And I think it needs to be refined a little bit, especially if in 79, which answered my question, is we're talking about folks who would want to do something with their property and we're going to make them wait a year to do it. And there might be a window of opportunity for those property owners to do something that they will lose out on in a year's time.
One of the, just as a side note, given that we all have connections with other historic commissions, and certainly what's coming up in Montague on August 15th is a demolition delay hearing, and the case and study is that there's a building in the historic district of downtown Turner's Falls on 5th Street, and the owner wants to demolish part of the building. So, I mean, we're going to have to view this and see what that means to the historic aspect of the house. It's the back part of a historic building. So what's going to happen? Again, it's a lot of us are just learning as we go as well, but that's an experience that I hope that they will join in on and see how that goes and learn something at the same time.
Am I reading this correctly that, and I understand the reason for the way, Section 3 is written around the broad criteria, that effectively you could infer that any building could end up at least being reviewed before.
Yeah.
And historical may take no action and not request a delay, but effectively, potentially any building that was going to be demoed would go through the process, at least to be reviewed. Is that a fair or accurate statement? The way it's written? That any building probably would end up at least getting a cursory
Well,
review?
certainly I would think so. If the bylaw goes through and the building inspector is instructed to send it to the historical commission for determination, unless it's an emergency, feasibly it would be reviewed. But we do obviously have that option to take no action and to say this is not going to be detrimental to the town's historic resources. But, feasibly, it's kind of like the wetlands laws. We're on Conservation Commission. I mean, it's an additional way of reviewing and protecting a resource. In this case, the Historic Commission would be in that situation of a Conservation Commission, reviewing and making a determination.
Check off for the building inspector that says, is there a wetland? Can't tell by what's been submitted. Is it historic? Can't tell by what it's submitted. So it's a piece of the process that could stop right there or could continue.
Just in terms of the 3A where it says subject to the 1 year delay, I heard you make some example references where it might have been 5 months or 6 months or something lesser. Maybe just modifying that language to say up to 1 year, if it is flexible, so it doesn't sound like it's automatically the full year necessarily. Maybe it'll be 3 months while the assessment's done and then you're all set, right, or something.
Yes.
Maybe soften that a little, not that you can't go a year, but.
Right. Now, we really like to base all of this on just common sense. It's the same thing as that. If it makes sense, then it's the same. I'm on the Conservation Commission along with Mark. I mean, and when we get these reviews, we have to think it through and say, is this reasonable to go a further step with the proponent, or is this going to cover the ground? So I think that's pretty much the way we would see this. And as I said, it's been tried in hundreds of communities across the state. So there's a lot of casework. It's just for our personal experience, we're getting into the weeds.
I think it's a legal term. If we could just say a reasonable person standard definition.
Connor
But
D.
whose is
Graham,
that?
what is objectively
But
reasonable?
what is reasonable, right? And so if we try to put it into finite words and boundaries, it's harder, a lot harder. So, understood. Other areas, questions, concerns at the moment? I mean, obviously, we'll review this a few more times, provide any other feedback or questions we have, and continue working on it from there.
I'm curious,
I think generally,
I'm curious as to what the next step would be if the Board of Select, would we come back with a more refined definition of what Scott was talking about and what you were looking for?
Or would
And
we
then-
change it along the way once we get into the public discussion?
So, yeah, go ahead if you had thoughts.
Well, I think, applying common sense is a great thing. And maybe we talked about this group of people are highly qualified to do that. I would like a document that can stand the test of time, because there isn't a soul here that will be here arguably in 50 years. So what legacy are we leaving for those who are going to come after us? And is it a document that will stand the test of time, that has the appropriate teeth without overreach? That's what I would be looking for as a finished product to bring to the town for a vote. And I'm not, I will say I concur. I love history. My family home as a child was built on the Sanderson homestead, which has significant historical value to our nation. I'm working with a historical project right now in my day job, and so I am all for holding on to the character of the town and its makeup, but I would just like to see something with some clarity. More clarity. I can see there's work that's already gone into that.
Just a couple of thoughts that I had. If you I just did some research on different towns, because there are a lot of towns that have these. Walpole on their website doesn't get into their whole chapter. It's chapter 349, I think, of their code or their bylaws. But it does, in the explanation, talk about 100 years. So they are explicit. They put above and beyond what the 50 that the state puts on or the national puts on. Freetown puts out the whole thing that only applies to those buildings that are deemed historical, that have gone through that process, go through the survey, get put on a registry, they're deemed historical. Those automatically qualify to be part of a demolition delay bylaw. And if they're not on the list, they don't get looked at. So there's different variances, and I think two of those sort of speak to what I was talking about, is how overarching is the bylaw if it's left open to interpretation in 25 years when none of us are looking at this. And this bylaw, we have bylaws that have been on the books for a long, long time, and we're still reverting back to those. And I don't know if it would stand the test of time if it just says, if we say it is, it is. A whole new panel of people are going to look at this later and say, well, we say it is, so it is. Just want a little more clarity. I would ask that you look at maybe some of those just two examples that I found when I was doing a little bit of background on different communities.
Or maybe they all like tiny homes and there won't be any because Scott and everybody else will get to switch.
Yeah.
That's,
no, I mean,
but that's, yeah.
In principle, I'm in favor of preserving old architecture, old buildings that have historical, a presence in the town. I'm not opposed to that at all. It's just a matter of defining that a little bit more. And what does that mean? And how do we sort of hone in on what we're looking at? And, my house doesn't fall on it. I'm not worried about that. I use my own home as an example. Nobody's looking at the vinyl siding on my house saying that's one we want to preserve. But the idea that there is no delineation outside of, well, it could be on the National Registry, it could be on the Mass Registry, or we could just deem it significant enough that we are going to put it on a hold. That part tells me I have a little concern with that. So,
I think to be successful at town meeting,
yes,
the scope being so broad may deter anyone from being comfortable, right? And if we want to be successful with it. Next steps, I would say, give the board time to provide a little more feedback. We meet again on the 12th, so we'll put it on just for discussion. And if we have any questions or anything in between, obviously we can get those to you, or other feedback. We've given some, and so from there, I would say continue to work on it, refine it further as you see fit based on our feedback. At some point, we'll, again, it's up to the group here, but we generally, I think, would put forward a bylaw that, you know, with our feedback, whether you incorporated it or not, we'll put forward a reasonable bylaw to the public, and then they'll decide ultimately, right? Somewhere between, I think, some feedback from us, some further drafts, if you make some modifications from here, when you get to that draft, maybe we have no further, or, you know, we've given what feedback we can, then doing some public sessions and discussing it in a few public sessions and getting public feedback in a little more detail before it's in the town meeting, getting a vote, right? Would give you some opportunity maybe to hear a little more of concerned or excited citizens' feedback to help shape it. And then at that point, we would put it forward. Generally, things like this, bylaws, they either end up on their own meeting or they end up on the annual, because we want to try to get the largest attendance possible to make, you know, bylaw type large changes, right? So if you were looking to try to move it towards the annual in, you know, in the coming year, in '25, I would say we'll work on some iterations over winter, probably, do some public sessions, if not sooner, and then come, what, probably February, we'd want to be finalizing to be getting it in. Does that timeline sound about right? I know we're in budget season, but we're also finalizing ATM through that time period, so.
Give you enough time if you needed to have a few meetings about it, or if you wanted to have a hearing, I don't know if there's the right word, but.
Yeah,
to
info
call the
session
public
or
in,
further,
right,
yeah.
to have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so I'd recommend you do a few, and when you do them is up to you, but do a few, you know, public information sessions that really focus on that. And maybe we do one when we're just about ready to put it on as, you know, final language and go from there.
Sounds good.
Does it go to vote to a ballot, or no? It'll only town meeting for the bylaw, right?
This is a general bylaw. So this
General,
is-
okay, it's a general, yeah, okay.
Town meeting,
Thank
majority vote.
Yeah, so that rough timeline, but if that's what you hope to try to get toward, does that give you enough framework? Loose framework?
Brian, are we waiting for anything from the state for the RFQ for the study?
No, I need to meet with you and Phil. I was just messaging Bets if we could compare schedules. So yes, I can work with the two of you on that.
Well, anything else from our side? No. Any other questions, or good for tonight? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Move we adjourn the joint meeting with Historical and to resume the joint meeting with Capital and Finance at 9:03 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
All right.
Can I get an aye or two for adjourning? Maybe not.
Historic Commission, can you all say aye for adjourning? Thank you.
Thank you. At least a majority. Appreciate it. Should have done that before it was wrapped. Okay, back to. All right, thank you all for taking that recess. We'll resume on discussion around the Mass Trails Grant Award. Sorry to interrupt it in the middle of that, but it was, so we left off, I know you were asking some questions about timing.
So from reviewing the grant, it looks like the project has to be completed by the FY '25.
It has to be completed by June 30th, drop dead deadline. Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to understand, typically, the way we've always done things is a feasibility study happens in 1 year, the project happens in the following year.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand if that is the plan with this project, and if it is, that would put the project itself more towards FY '26. When that is going to happen and who owns, like what committee, what board, who would be putting a project forward?
So I agree with your synopsis of what our typical internal process is. On a project like this, I don't think that's feasible. I think the earliest you could possibly have even the information to make a budget request, assuming it was even a Town of Erving project in the end, which is the second part of what you just asked, would be the budget planning process for FY '27. I don't think you'll be able to do that in the timeline. If this gets submitted, finalized in June of 2025, and then we have to circulate it to the decision makers at this table, you're already in FY '26 before we're able to have that. So we missed the whole budgetary process for that. Your earliest is FY '27. I think the second piece is a more relevant question that I don't think we have the answer to yet. Is this a town of Erving project in the end? We may do the feasibility, we may lead the feasibility charge, but this may come back after a feasibility study is done, and if it's viable, DCR may say, we're going to take this project and we're going to make this happen. So it may become a state project. It could be something that there's a collaborative between the town of Erving and town of Wendell to make this happen. I think we're too premature to know.
It could be Mass DOT as
It
a
could be Mass
way to
DOT.
do their complete streets for Route 2.
Right. Until the feasibility study is known and the project's deemed viable, I don't think that the fiduciary or the responsible party for this in a construction and an ongoing matter can be determined.
To be clear, if it goes forward, we may end up getting a study back that says that roadway is not suitable.
That we also
We've
could
done
get
the
that answer.
feasibility on it and it's not suitable, find another location.
Right. That is possible.
So looking at the original, sort of scope of what it looked like, it was 38,000 total cost, 30 from a grant, 4,500 in cash from us if we accept it, if we accept the 30,000.
Right.
And then 3,500 of that, roughly 3,500 was going to be done in kind through the planning department.
Correct.
If you look at now that we don't have anybody in the planning department, the breakdown's a little bit different. It would be 38,000 total cost. Little misnomer because it goes up by about 5,000 because FERCog won't charge the same hourly rate that we were going to attribute
Right.
our planning department for. They charge a little bit more. They'll still do the 100 hours, but it's going to cost a little bit more.
Right.
$30,000 grant, $8,000 to the FERCog, 3 of which would come from rec, and the remaining would be it's 6,000, which absorbs some of the original 4,500 coming from what I would suggest is the planning office. It's the consulting line item.
Right.
I'm fully aware that we could we're doing a planning project for a project that may not come to fruition, may come to fruition as an Town of Erving project, may come to fruition as a joint venture between Erving and another town, Erving and another state agency, a whole different state agency, 2 different state agencies. There is a multitude of things that could happen, all of which are yet to be determined. And I think for the cost of 3,000 from rec and 6,000 from planning, which is currently unutilized, knowing that our town administrator has already said the lift to assist in the finite capacity that the FERCog needs him to is very doable. I'm in favor of moving forward with it. It checks the box on the open space plan for the last 14 years.
My thought was, our commissions have been working on this for a long time. People have wanted it for 14-plus years. They've expressed repeatedly they'd like to move forward. If we don't have the feasibility study, nothing will ever happen. So, and I would move the rec commission support the financial end of it the way Scott just described it.
Did you mean finance?
If anybody second that. That's just
Did
a-
you mean finance support it?
Yeah, just a recommendation on the financial part of it.
I guess, it sounded like you were saying rec, support rec. You meant a recommendation.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
recommendation,
sorry.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. No, I just wasn't clear.
So I just move that the finance committee recommend support of the financial end of it, the way Scott just described it.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Any nays? Yes, one nay.
Does anybody want to say anything for capital planning?
Well, like Dan says, if we don't do the feasibility study, we're not gonna go anywhere beside that, so I recommend towards the feasibility study.
Do we have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? So we're split.
Yeah.
Call Linda.
Not tonight.
I was just thinking, like, wait a minute, we're short.
Don't.
All right, well, for the board, decide what we do from there.
Make
I-
a motion that we accept the Mass Trails Grant award utilizing the $3,000 from the Recreation Commission and the balance to be done through agreement with FERCog for their oversight, as well as the planning office budget line items to support any additional monetary that is not covered by in-kind.
I will second that motion.
That capture
Just
everything you need?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to weigh in before we vote, and you noted in the beginning, I appreciate that unspent money is potentially future capital money, and knowing our capital funding situation and watching tonight progress with $500,000 to $600,000 of projects that we didn't even anticipate that were, some are grant, but some are not, that we're moving forward. I think for me, it just reiterates that every penny is important right now, and while it may be something that people want and hopefully it's feasible, it's also, majority of it is not in Erving. So we're doing that work for others in the future potentially. Maybe we're partnered, maybe we're part of it if it goes forward, but at a minority level in terms of success of the project, maybe not in use. So that's where I land on that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay. And then on to review of the STM warrant draft. So it's the draft, it's also a draft format. So there's some proposed format changes, whether or not we want to move in that direction or not is part of the discussion tonight, as well as the list of articles and what's on there and if there's anything missing, etc.
We're looking at the layout that's been presented, the articles that are actually in here, because this is a real warrant. Okay.
It's not just dummy articles.
Just checking.
It's
keep it the
both,
same?
Okay.
and it's both together and independent topics. Do you like the layout, the format, the fonts, the color, the look, the change? No, none, some, yes. We can do some more iterations or none at all.
Put it back the way it was before if you prefer.
And then separately, the actual articles list. We'll start with the format.
What was the driving force on it? I'm just curious. I'm not opposed to it, I'm just curious.
He was kind enough to entertain me.
Okay.
I think nothing necessarily,
Excuse me.
I have not received any feedback that there was anything wrong with our previous format. I think an observation that I've noticed over time, you all really like to include as much information in your warrants as possible, so they become very lengthy documents. And they're getting to a point when you're printing them in-house, like we do, everything's in pages of 4. So I'm getting to the point where we're making things very long and we're not maximizing all the white space. And so I was trying to find something that was a little more, 1, compact, 2, really maximize to shrink those margins down and maximize the use of that white space. Do we really need to be using as many pages as we're using? Because sometimes I get to a point where it just falls onto 1 more page. Now I need 3 more filler
Right.
pages just to mail the thing home to people.
And that's when we see this page
Nope.
left blank
Nope.
intentionally.
You're just seeing advertisements for
Yeah.
other programs and services. It's
Yeah.
because we got to a tipping point and now I need more. So that was part of the initial thought. I think the other thing that has become apparent over time is that people are reading the article information. They are looking for, is this a majority vote? Is this a 2/3 vote? I don't know if our previous format has been always the easiest to quickly refer to and find exactly what I'm looking for. So I thought, well, maybe if I could spend a little time just revamping that, can it be really clear, article information is a gray box, or the vote thresholds are going to be in a bold, or something very methodical. So if somebody's in town meeting floor going through 20 articles, can they quickly find exactly what they need to know to refer to in that moment? So that was sort of the goal.
A little bit of feedback is I really do like the fact that it's grayed out, it's different, because oftentimes on town floor we would be talking and somebody would say, well, it says right here in the article, and what they're reading is in the article information. And at least now they know if they're reading something in a highlighted box that it's not part of the actual article. That's just dialogue, it's just conversation and background information. So I do like that aspect of it.
Okay.
Are you good?
Yeah,
Okay,
good.
I was trying
Yep.
to figure out.
Nope, you're good.
I need to live with it a little bit more because it's really different, not good or bad, just different. The only thing, right, like first blush, that's kind of jumping out at me, where you have like on the table of contents, Article 3, Article 4, and you have that in such a bold black box.
Yeah.
That feels very distracting. And as I'm scrolling through the
I hear
warrant, that it feels. I know you're trying to call out what the article is.
Right.
I don't know if maybe just bolding and italicizing and underlining. I don't know. It catches my eye, but not necessarily in the way that it's meant to call out that it's the article.
Yeah.
In a good way.
Can I piggyback on that one? I agree with you, and we print these in color, correct?
We actually do this in black and white.
Okay,
Yep.
never mind.
Because
So
I
we were-
agree, if you're gonna go
I was
color,
gonna
we have
say,
options.
Just do like a lighter, blue or something if we're gonna go color. 'cause-
We could do it in a
Yeah.
in a grayscale.
Seafoam,
Seafoam,
yes.
a little aquamarine.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, well, we're gonna go downhill quick. Let's get back on track.
So I would say, at first I looked at it and I scratched my head and I realized maybe I'm aging myself, but as a grumpy old man, I'm finding myself resistant to change. But I do appreciate the amount of money and the potential cost savings when we're using less paper, using less toner, using, less maintenance on the machines that are printing these. And in the interest of saving money, I like the format and utilizing the page space. So I will get over my reluctance to change for those reasons. I don't personally have a problem with the articles being bold that way, or if there's a better way to do it to satisfy everybody, I'll be flexible.
I didn't mean to hijack your points because you were
Oh,
still
no,
going.
that's all I had. And-
Okay,
and
I didn't know if you had another one.
No, and I was just gonna say, Jim, I think you nailed it. I'm with you on the grumpy old person train, because I kind of looked at this and went, this isn't the warrant. I think personally, a few minor tweaks, and then frankly, we have an STM coming up. I'd love to see it get used and get some real resident feedback on it. Sure.
Because if they don't like it, we can always go back.
Exactly.
You still have the other one. It doesn't.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not going to get rid of it.
I've had a chance to digest this a little longer than most, and I didn't come at it from any goal, because you just asked, and I said, as long as you have the bandwidth, and
Right.
sound like something you'd enjoy doing instead of all the stuff we make you do.
This is how I spend my fun time. No.
Sometimes that, no.
You need to reevaluate this.
You need to be open to change. I do, as you're talking about it, and as I read it beforehand, the length of our articles and the amount of information we're putting out there, and being able to easily, as the public, parse out the difference between what is the article I'm voting, what is the titles, the criteria, the votes, et cetera. I like the breaking that up a lot, and I think calling out the article information in a very clear, separate box, then more of all the formal pieces that are required is good, I think. There's too much bold as I've reflected on it more and more. And the article, you and I talked about this the first day.
Right.
The article being bold black like that background is really, it's a lot.
So
And
we'll
then it
tone
does
down.
transfer to the header, so I don't know how we soften that or do that differently, but that would be mine. And tone down on the amount of bold, maybe the article vote in italics instead of bold,
Okay.
maybe mixing it up a little.
Okay.
Because that's the one that, and I don't think everyone else saw the Times New Roman version, which I did. This is a different font than we normally use. It seemed to have a little better readable spacing, being, I don't know. It had more spacing, even though this whole thing is more condensed than it was
Right.
in a page, if that makes sense. So, but there's lots of opportunities and options to change, you know, how and what. This is the way this is done, so.
Even just, again, going back to waste of space, the front cover of the warrant and the mailing page, which goes on the backside, were basically duplicitous. It largely contain the same information except the mailing slip. And so just consolidating that into a single page was, in and of itself, a savings. So doing things like that was just more just taking the time to actually put those things together. So even if that's all we do, and even if you decide to go back to the other, we can absolutely do that. I even thought maybe there's a way to get some of that index, if we want to keep an index, to show on the in a smaller scale and not take up as much room as it does, right? So there may be some spaces there. On a ATM warrant, sometimes the index is a full page, but on a small warrant like this, it's not. So maybe there's another space-saving method that we could use.
Brian, is there, I know, so we mail these home. They're left around, you know, various locations. People can pick them up.
Correct.
Those are the hard copies. It's on the website.
Right.
People can go online. Do we have an email serve that we send to people? Do we?
Oh, we've never done it that way. That's a good question.
Because we also, you know, various, I subscribe. I get text messages, phone calls from the town. I
We've
didn't
never
know if we
sent
had
this
an
out that way.
email version of that we could send it to anyone that was.
Yeah.
The reason I thought of that was just, I know if I have to go to the website, I'm probably not going to. I will, because you know, we see it all the time.
Right.
Resident. However, if it's in my inbox,
If it
I'm
popped
probably,
into your email.
if it's popped into my email because I signed up for that, I'm more likely to
Yeah.
read it. I really like the fact that you have it hyperlinked.
Yep.
So if somebody's interested in Article 3, they just click on Article 3 and boom, they're there. They get to read it. So just
And that is the benefit of doing the PDF version off of the Word document the way we do it, because it creates all those hyperlinks. If somebody just received like if somebody just ran a printed copy through the scanner, you're not going to have any of that.
Right.
And on a small warrant, maybe it's not as big, but on a ATM warrant where it's 30 articles, it can be a lot to navigate.
right. So, some added benefits there.
Okay.
I wonder for where you have the bold black box calling out Article 1, Article 2, I actually wonder if you just did that across the whole article title. So like I'm looking at Article 1, readopt general bylaws in their entirety. If you, but then grade it out so it was a lighter shade, if maybe it wouldn't be so, it would still get your attention potentially that, hey, this is where my article starts, but it's not jet black, so it's not quite so in your face.
Let me give that a shot.
Well, I actually wonder if just having that whole title black background will soften it, because the word article is taking away from the title of the article because it's a small grab. Where if the whole thing was bold, it might be overpowering, it might be too strong in jet black, but it also might not be, because now it's kind of calling the whole thing.
Yeah. Let me try both ways.
Because the article numbering is almost the lesser.
Right.
That's more of just
that's fair.
outline than it is the importance is the title, right? So
I say full send. Let's put it out for the STM and see what the residents think.
I mean, is anybody against doing that?
Nope. No.
Okay. Any other feedback? 2 column is okay? Part of me almost wants to start each major section at the top of a column, but that doesn't help the white space, so I don't know that that's worth it.
Right.
The waste of space. But
No, you all
That's
had tentatively
part
talked
of
about
the
dates, and those dates have come and gone. So no, we do not have a date.
my God, they've not come and gone. It says August on here.
Yeah.
That's fair.
The viability of
Yeah, I
them
was
might
going to
have
say,
come
the
and gone.
viability of doing one in August is gone, but,
Okay.
you know.
Enough
date
on
itself
format?
is-
short table of contents, my one comment might be, we could shrink up that front page. It could be the bottom of the front page.
I was wondering that, and I think I can.
On your mailing page, the top half's your mailing, the bottom half's your
Yeah.
actual table of contents.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
On an ATM, it won't work,
Yeah.
but if
Yeah,
we're like
the short
sub 10 type articles or something,
Right.
Yep.
All right, I'll give that a shot.
and on an ATM, maybe we can do the sections under there.
Right.
Major sections, capital, bylaws,
That's not a bad idea.
I like that.
petitions,
Right.
and it just calls
Instead
out
of the
these
actual
things are
article.
in the ATM this year,
Right.
and then the full contents on the back.
Yeah, it's just a preview.
It's a preview of the
Got
big
it.
stuff. What's the big sections we're talking about? Because this one has like different sections than we normally have, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
That's a good
teaser.
idea.
There you go.
Coming
We get to vote for which one comes on the front page. A sneak peek. Okay. Articles. Article 1, the small one. It's readopt everything.
Right.
This is the town code, right? So
Right.
this will be basically readopt all the general bylaws, which effectively, I thought it'd be 2 or 3 articles, but the way we defined it here, it's a single article. It says
Right.
all the old bylaws go away and the new ones in this code, which will have it, obviously, will not be in print in the article, but the entire town code of general bylaws will be adopted.
Just to clarify, just the general bylaws, not the zoning bylaws.
The general, yeah.
Right.
Yep. Thank you for repeating that.
And I'm hoping that I made that clear enough in the article information, that the voters took care of the zoning bylaw last year when the planning board did their entire process. We adopted it as a specific chapter in the town code. So that work was already done, even though the rest of the code wasn't ready.
My only comment on the article information is you say, note, this does not propose any changes to zoning bylaw. I would just say, just make it more concise and say, this does not change any zoning bylaws, period.
Okay.
The zoning bylaws adopted at the 2023 town meeting were adopted as Chapter 230 of the code already.
Got it.
Just really
Yeah.
concise. It's done. There is no changes.
Got it.
It was done.
Yep.
This date, this time.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, because after I read it again while you were saying that, I'm thinking, so it doesn't change any of the zoning bylaws, that were adopted, but what about the ones previous? So somebody's going to ask that question. This only says it doesn't affect those.
Right.
Right.
Fair. Okay.
I would say, yeah,
All
it doesn't
zonings.
change any, period.
Right.
The ones that were adopted, or all zoning bylaws adopted, because it is all of them, right?
It is.
Yeah, that was a comprehensive review. That
It was a
wasn't even
full,
just a
so
change.
it should be,
Couple things as we have gone on, there's been that we might tweak or change a little bit. And there were a couple bylaws we didn't actually change at all because we were waiting. Solar's been a very big one. So we didn't do anything with our solar bylaw. Signs have been one we didn't touch.
Right.
So
the ones you didn't touch were still adopted in their
as
existing
they
format.
were, yep, as they
So
have been.
to state that all zoning bylaws were adopted at this
Yes.
meeting
be
as this
accurate.
section of the code.
Right.
Like, it's, to your point.
Because the vote you took
Encompass
last
it all.
year was a two-parter. It was one article, but it was to replace all of these articles with all of these new articles and call it Chapter 230. So it was a comprehensive adoption.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I would just be very succinct about those two things.
Yeah.
Okay.
To avoid confusion about when and if and how many.
Right.
When
Okay.
we do this, do you have to then mail the bylaws home like we had to for planning?
We mailed
Because
it.
we had to like,
That was a preference and a choice. We can. It is 100 pages.
It is very thin.
Our purpose
I
of this was to
understand
have
that.
a completely online indexable, searchable.
And it's all
Okay.
online.
okay.
And it's been online for a while.
Put that in the article information, the link,
Add the link. Got it.
please.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
a great idea.
Yep.
That's the whole, I mean, not the whole point. It's a big part of why we
Right.
did this.
And if we end up emailing this to people, they'll have the hyperlink to it.
That's a great point.
Right.
It's on Redline and Clean Copy, so if people really like to get into the details of what was altered, they can see that level. If they just want to read a clean copy, they can do that. The database hasn't gone live yet. That's still sort of behind a password protected wall because nothing's been adopted other than the zoning bylaw. So we didn't want people searching and going, oh, this is in effect because it hasn't been adopted yet. So right now it's just a PDF. But
But we could put it out a few weeks prior.
I could ask the vendor if we could do that.
Yeah, would you check with them? I
Yep.
just think to be able to say the proposed code, new code,
Okay.
as you will be voting on
Right.
is available
Yeah.
as of this date, 2 weeks before or whatever, to view at this link. And maybe that's the first line of the voter information.
Okay. I will follow up with the vendor.
And then also putting a disclaimer on
On that, yeah, the vendor to put.
on the code.
Propose, not in effect. Yeah.
Right, so that people know when they go click that link that they're not looking at something and saying, I didn't vote on this.
Exactly.
Correct.
If it passes at town meeting, it's, at least for zoning bylaws, they are considered, and,
2 weeks prior.
oh, sorry, okay, I missed
Right.
that part, sorry.
Yeah.
In your article information, and I'm not saying rewrite them all or now, but just in the future, I think it may be best to start with approval of this, because that's the first line, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Then the middle can be, how do we get here? And then the end being, how does it pass?
Got it.
Kind of, just to make sure people focus on the right thing. Like, give them a quick chance to, what am I saying? What am I saying yes or no to first?
Right.
I see what
Is that even something that finance would weigh in on? I mean, I don't know. It's, the bylaws cover all kinds of stuff, so whether you want to be on a line there that says you recommend or not, it's a question.
Oh, finance, what do you guys think? I don't think it hurts anything to be there.
No.
Okay.
We typically only appear if we feel that there is a financial,
I am sure there
I
are
don't know every
financial
bylaw off the
bylaws.
top of my head to know if they're.
I'm sure some have financial ramifications.
Well, the only thing that's tied to it
Fees?
financially is the schedule, the fee schedule.
Probably.
That would be
Oh, yeah. that is in there.
linked to it.
Yeah.
And they're all linked throughout,
Yeah.
so there are various fees and fines and
Right.
Well,
throughout
we-
all of the different bylaws.
Yeah, and we typically vote the warrant as a whole, so,
Yeah, but which articles it shows on, usually you do specify. You don't end up having a recommend on all articles usually. That's why I asked. I'm fine with it saying capital.
I think it makes
I don't
sense.
think we would, as capital, recommend or not the bylaws.
I don't think so.
Although the capital bylaws probably in there.
It
actually.
is. Yeah.
Well, all right. Maybe I stand
But we don't
corrected.
have any proposed changes to that?
No.
Other than giving it chapters and sections? There's no substantive changes to that?
Good on Article 1?
Yep.
Article 2, senior citizen property tax work-off. These are the changes we discussed.
Yeah, I proposed this to you all back, I want to say in January?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I meant that as a statement.
Oh,
These are,
sorry.
these
Yes,
are the
yes.
changes.
so it's just moving it from $750 to $1,500?
Yes, but when you all adopted this in 2015, you set a threshold, you adopted the program and set a threshold. You didn't create a bylaw. There is no bylaw on how to administer this.
Okay.
And so it's left to discretion. And that's not extremely helpful. So the goal was to, one, ask you, and that's more of a financial question, would you be okay with the select board and the assessors granting a greater benefit to eligible citizens up to $1,500? Right now we're at $750. But the second question is, does the structure make sense in terms of having a bylaw to administer the program?
And that question was directed at finance. Because we've already
I'm
said
fine
yes.
with
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Because the board already went through this and
yeah.
accepted or the recommendations to move forward. So it increases it to 10 at 1,500
Right.
max. It covers FICA, so it's just, the 1,500 is sheer property abatement, tax abatement.
And I don't know what the assessors have weighed in on, but I know from the principal assessor, there wasn't a concern with this change in language. So,
From a financial point of view, I think it would be good for the finance committee to recommend this, so I'd move we do that.
Second.
Would you guys be okay if we recommend the warrant as a whole at the end?
If you rather.
Okay. I think that just saves us from doing it each article by article.
Okay.
Okay.
Just noting along the way which ones your vote will be on.
So for clarity, the first one so far was first and second recommended.
Yep.
Third is public way, acceptance of the relocation of Care Drive. So this is moving Care Drive again.
Was it this can be our last time?
This is aligned to the proposal for senior housing and affordable housing with RDI, the workforce housing. So that project, this moves the last time we extended Care Drive, it extends it differently now.
Right.
And adjusts it again to meet the needs of that project.
And from a financial standpoint, while obviously there's a cost with extending Care Drive, there was going to be a cost regardless. This proposal changes the potential cost of that reconstruction. The original one took it out to a cul-de-sac that would have required more gradient changes that we would have to compensate for. This follows more of the existing gradient of the land and it's still a construction cost for a new road, but will result in less structures that we have to build up the road. So this is actually a cost savings from the initial layout.
And the relocation's already been approved. This is just adoption of the public way.
The relocation has been ordered by the select board. The voters need to cast their vote.
It says it was presented at May 8th, or that was the prior.
They saw the A&R, the proposed A&R for the lot splits, and this was included. So if the
Okay,
wording's wrong,
I follow you.
I just wanted the voters to know this isn't like a new project. This is the exact same layout they saw at town meeting. So maybe the wording
I don't
needs to
think
be.
the wording is clear,
Okay.
personally.
Now that I'm reading it, that sounds confusing, because it
Okay.
sounds like
they already
this
did it.
relocation was presented.
No. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to say that because this is the relocation vote.
Made me read it like we already did it.
I would just take that out.
You don't think it's important for them to know that it hasn't changed from that conversation?
They didn't approve it.
True. True.
I don't think you need the sentence, the proposed relocation was presented at the May 8th, 2024 annual town meeting and was approved by the select board.
Okay.
I think you just need, this is what we're doing and this is what it approves. And if someone wants to ask, hey, has this been done before, then you can go into and explaining it. I think reading that, it sounds like this proposal was presented May 8th and then approved on June 10th. So it sounds like we're going back and doing something all over again.
Got it.
I mean, if you want to keep it in there that we're the ones submitting it, but that we approved it for submittal, that's fine. We
Okay.
approved it on June 10th.
So just remove the discussion at town meeting. And if that can come up.
Yeah, if somebody
during the
wants to look
conversation.
back and look
Yeah.
at the prints and everything, it's in our board meeting.
Right.
I think that reference makes sense.
Okay. I'll make that change.
Okay. Recommending? Finance is recommending? Okay. Citizen petition article. This is as it was written.
That middle paragraph is a word for word.
It is what it is. Article 5.
Yeah.
Can't change it
Is
anyway.
finance recommending or anything on that article or not?
I guess the question would be is, do we want to have a recommendation on a citizen petition? Try that again. On a citizen petition.
I don't think it's financial in
Yeah,
nature.
I
Okay.
don't either, so.
Okay.
So we're gonna strike that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Real property transaction, Article 5. Acquisition of rights of land parcels. These are 6 and 6, permanent and temporary easements relative to the Church Street Bridge project. So I think it'll actually be good for people to see that because it'll feel like we finally are having progress. We know we are. Those who are helping us with the easements, obviously we appreciate that too. Any questions, concerns, recommendations? I would propose capital would recommend that one as well. Because it's for the Church Street Bridge to happen. Without it, we can't. It's a
So,
big
yeah,
project,
without the
big
easements, we
capital
can't
project.
proceed.
That's
Yeah, I'm
my-
just wondering how the easements themselves fit into the capital process.
You can't do it without them.
Okay.
That's my perspective is,
Okay.
we couldn't do the project without them.
I can see that.
Well, and we'll explain on the town meeting floor, and as we have with the residents, they've already been kind enough to meet with us. a lot of these easements have to do with overhead utility lines or the anchors to those utility poles. Very little of this is actually for the bridge specifically. But all of those adjustments must happen in order for this to go forward.
In previous anchors too?
And some of the anchors and poles already exist and they just don't have a recorded easement, so they actually are cleaning up decades-old issues.
I got one in my yard that
It doesn't exist on a.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this actually looks more aggressive in terms of easements than it actually is. So.
And the permanent, and their easements are not taking.
they're already there.
Right.
Right, well, but they're not property taking, they're easements to use part of it, so it's a little bit different.
So do we have a second?
Are we gonna just vote it at the end, or do you wanna vote now?
Oh, okay.
I don't
You're right.
care,
You're-
no,
you're
I
right.
don't care.
You brought it up, I was.
I did bring it up, but we had capital articles too, so. Up to you.
Let's wait till the end.
So I'm adding capital as a recommendation under 5.
Yes.
Okay.
Capital articles, number 6, FY '25 capital improvements. 12,000. So, should this be 10?
I think we just put 2,000 additional as a contingency.
Okay. Okay, even though yeah, okay. Okay. For ancillary, who knows what?
Right.
Outside of the actual purchase.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Questions? Comments? No? Okay. No.
So Finance Committee, if anyone look, what?
Are you gonna move to recommendation?
Mhm.
Okay, hang on. Anything else that's missing?
Right. This is what I had on the list, but I don't know if you all think it's complete. And I don't know if this is the right order. I put it in the order that I got to them, but.
I don't think the order matters.
Yeah,
I think it matters, but, of course I do. I actually spoke with the person who put forth the petition, and he had asked about the articles specifically tonight, so, earlier. I wonder if we would want to put the capital project before the citizen
I
petition,
was
or
just
vice
gonna say
versa, because it's highly relevant,
Okay.
in at least that individual's opinion.
Okay.
When you
They
spoke with that
asked about it?
individual, they know about the capital request?
So they had thought we were meeting about the petition tonight, and I gave them a brief update, very brief, that we had met. We had noted it last meeting, that it existed, that it was to go on, and it was kind of related to the topic about doing electronic voting. And they thought that that would modernize what we do, right, in the times, as well as kind of meet, or maybe eliminate the concerns
Right, so I was wondering.
permanently that
We
came
had-
out of that petition.
We had mentioned if we flip-flop those and we do the capital first, if that passes.
Yeah, they may pass over.
They may,
move
make
past
a
it,
motion
or-
to pass it over, or, you know.
agree.
Right. Or at least it's been noted before that's discussed that we understand, or we think we understand what the concerns are and are trying to address them.
Yeah.
So I think it's as simple as just moving the petition to the end.
So moving it to Article 6.
That's my thought, yeah.
Yeah.
No problem with it.
Right, I like that change too.
Anything from the work tonight that we need to, the water, we don't need to fund it yet, so that won't go on.
I don't think there was anything that needs
Is that?
town vote.
Okay. So go ahead.
So for clarity, Brian, now that that has just been moved, if we are excluding one, would you like it to exclude Article 4, the citizens petition, or Article 6, the citizens petition?
I think if you just said to exclude the article related to the citizens petition, that's sufficient.
So is there a motion to approve the STM warrant minus the article for the citizens petition? Do we have a motion for that?
Recommend.
So
To recommend.
So moved.
All right, good job.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? We're doing really good with that tonight.
Yes, David.
I move that the capital planning committee recommends the real property and capital improvement articles.
Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous.
Excellent.
Do we have a date? How long do we need?
I need a
14 days.
minimum of 14 for the legal posting, but in all practicality, I really
yeah,
need
no, that's
21.
What would you like? You could even go there. 28? I mean,
I think if we had a
talked
later
about
August date,
Yeah.
yeah.
Did we check with the moderator on dates or no?
Well, originally we were checking the end of July, first week of August.
Yeah.
And that's
Oh,
not
was that
gonna-
early,
missed
huh?
that.
Yeah, it was that
Okay.
early. So no, I don't
Okay.
have current
That's
August
fine.
dates with the
That's
moderator.
fine. Is there any
Mondays are always going to be his preference.
ideal August dates that do or don't work?
Mondays is his preference?
Yes.
Wednesdays are our meetings.
Wednesday is typically when you have your meetings.
Correct. I'm out of town on the 21st.
And I'm 14th for me. 28th works for me.
28th works for me.
28th works
Yeah,
for me.
28.
28th?
Works for me.
We do more than 21 days.
That would work.
Does that work for you?
I know the 27th is would not work for me, so yeah. Looking for confirmation from my
Uh-huh.
social planner.
I was going to say, mine said it was good, so I almost didn't need to look, but
Okay, so we're going to update this draft to the 28th.
August
I'm
28th,
going to make all the other changes you all talked about.
7
We'll try
p.m.,
Two different formats. We'll
elementary
reserve the
school.
Okay.
Is that available? Or do you want to let us know? Okay.
Is that the first day of school?
Okay, thank you.
Is that the first day of school?
I don't know. I'll have to follow up with the school. and
Usually,
superintendent.
doesn't it usually start, I'm just throwing that out there.
Calendar's out there.
Isn't it like the Wednesday
It
prior
is the
to
first day?
28th is, yes, I saw it today.
That's a pain. Not really, but.
I was gonna say, why, if it's the first, why would that be a problem for an evening meeting?
And
there
Wednesdays
something
are
There's a
usually
lot
half
going on the
missing?
first day, I figured, that's all.
Probably.
I think that's what everybody was thinking.
Wednesdays are typically a half day. I can follow up with them.
They still are. Early dismissal, 11 a.m.
Oh, so they're coming in for a half day that first day?
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, yeah, it says that every Wednesday is a 1:15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, then 28th.
Okay, so I will reserve the
Start the year
school.
off with a bang.
I'll double check. I'll double check with the moderator and the town clerk. I'll make all these revisions. Bring it back for. You have a meeting now on the August 1st. Do you want me to bring it back to the three of you for August 1st for approval?
Yes. Yeah, because mostly it's grammatical and format.
Grammatical
it.
format.
It's finalized and gone.
There you go.
Okay.
Is that a joint meeting August 1st?
If you want it to be, otherwise,
Not
no.
necessarily, no.
Okay, no.
You've all done what
No.
I need, so.
It's not. It's Scott and I and RDI and Brian, and if Jim wants to join because we're going to approve the warrant, he's welcome to, but it assumes no changes that are material, so.
No.
If we're going to sit out most of it anyway, that's up to you.
So does that mean I could make a motion to adjourn the joint meeting with the Board of Selectmen and they will return to regular session?
Sounds like you just did.
Second?
Well, I'll second.
Nobody's seconding it.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you all.
I thought the same thing, but we have the cadet position description draft, and
That's the last topic.
I was sure that I was going to forget something, and
No, it's
that
good
was
that
it.
there is
So,
one other article that we never finished.
Sending out.
I'm glad you said it, because it would have been one of those nights
I
we
would have
didn't.
just.
Thank you all.
How it's going to get you. Let's find another way to connect.
We
with
did talk about the
it. I'd love
12th,
to go over
though,
with you and get your feedback.
for the finance chair. Joint on the 12th. Probably. I don't, IP mail. We didn't confirm with the chairs the joint meeting on the 12th. So,
Oh. I will email everybody.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well ahead of time so we can hopefully iron that one
You
down.
still want it at 7 o'clock?
Let's just confirm they're available. We'll set the time closer to the date. Yes, 7, I don't know. Sure. It's too far in the future. Cadet. Jim, I appreciate you letting us break in the middle of discussion. did that a bunch tonight.
Sure.
If I recall, you were commenting on one hand agreeing with kind of the shift from cadet to patrol at some point, and then you also started to talk about cadet for the sake of cadets that go into the pool, and well, maybe not for the sake of, but if it's went through the program a year later, moves on, is there some clause around payback or something, right?
Well, we've
You take it
had
from there.
that language with officers that we have sponsored through the full-time academy in the past, and,
As part of the contract.
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess informally as part of their hiring,
Yeah.
or formally.
And if we've established that the full complement of the department is the chief plus 5, do we go to that 7th officer when they become available, and does the budget allow for it? I'm sorry, I don't recall off the top of my head if we've had any pay scale set up for this position yet.
I thought it would be
It does.
P1, which is the same as what our ACO was on. Patrolmen start at P2. Start at P3.
Grade P2, yeah, grade,
Well,
yeah.
They used to, they've now been split.
They've split out, yeah. I apologize, I misspoke. We split those up.
Yep.
I hear what you're saying. I think it aligns with what Jake was saying, and I agree with you. I think maybe there's a piece in there, there's a decision tipping point that has to happen. They've gone through the cadet program, they're a cadet with us. They've satisfied everything that they can learn as a cadet. What is the triggering mechanism that pushes the town of Erving to then say, we now want to move this person further along into attending an academy and getting all that training? At that point, that's a different conversation. That's a hire. We're hiring them as a patrolman. And so what precipitates that? How do we capture that? Do we do that only if there's an opening? Do we do that in advance of an opening to ensure that we have adequate staffing for time off and all of that? And not have to, because if we hold somebody in limbo, let's say we don't have a vacancy for 3 years, this person's not going to stay on as a cadet with training for 3 years. You'll see the attrition of that program go very quickly when they turn around and say, I've attended the cadet program that Erving has, and they see what the training was. Some other agency's going to scoop them up and say, perfect, let's send them off to the academy. We have a vacancy right now. Take them and go. So it's the preliminary training of getting them through a cadet program that we've instilled.
But the academy's part of that program, is it not? Am I missing that?
Right, I thought there was something in this language that said they would be
Attend when available.
attend the first available academy. So
You're right.
one of the triggering points that I thought of was, okay, so we have somebody that begins as a cadet that satisfies the requirements of the full-time academy. They're still working for us as a cadet, and either an opening is available, or in the event of an unanticipated emergency, which most emergencies are, there could be a triggering mechanism where the chief could appoint this person.
See, I think I disagree in that, only because if we've gone through the task of getting them trained If I tell somebody, you're going to go through all the same cadet program, you're going to learn the ropes, you're going to go to the academy, you're going to be academy trained, but I need to keep you as a cadet because we don't have a spot. In my mind, if the line item for the cadet, if it needs to be not lowered and left at 50,000, if we have to fill that line item for the cadet program for the equivalent of what a new officer would be at step one, so that we ensure that if they do that program within that calendar year or that fiscal year, we have the opportunity to put them on as the seventh. I have no problem saying that we have a seventh staff member on as a full-time. While we have a very robust staffing plan, we still have holes, even with 5 and 1. We still have holes that don't get filled. I'm not going to talk about where those holes are and what days and times, but we know that there's holes that we are relying on mutual aid. We're relying on on call. And if there's an opportunity to find somebody that has no training, put them to a cadet program, nurture them into a full-time role, put them on as the seventh staff member of the Erving Police Department, we are setting ourselves up. It's optimal that we run no less than 6, inclusive of the chief. If we have a seventh, we're already setting ourselves up for, hey, when times get tough and somebody leaves, we're back down to where we're supposed to be. This is a bonus having this extra person. It doesn't always be, it's not always going to be like that. Somebody leaves, the chief adjusts, he goes back to the 6 staff members inclusive, and they start the process of looking for a new cadet. That was my thought process on it.
Okay, so I understand that, and I can see the value of it, playing devil's advocate. Now, what's to stop? Well, why can't we have a highway cadet? Or
Oh, we could do that all day long.
right, I mean, you're opening the box. And I don't disagree with you because I see the value of it, but I really want to make sure that as we think this through, we do it.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit apples and oranges because we're talking about a criteria that's lengthy, and not that, I don't want to phrase it, not that other roles within town don't have certifications and trainings and skills and background and experience that are important. There's a very specific criteria here that we cannot hire anybody in that role until they've met, period. And there's only one way to get there, to be sponsored, right? By a department. It's not the same as some of those other areas where you could go get that training on your own, or the way it was 3 years ago plus. So I think a little apples and oranges for me in that way. And at the end of the day, if someone else brought a cadet program and it made sense and we wanted to support it, then so be it. But each, I think, would need to stand on their own.
Yeah.
However, I think I'm somewhere in between, or different angle of this. I did look at this as we are talking about 7 employees in the police department. A chief, a sergeant, 4 officers, and a cadet, with the goal the cadet becomes fully trained officer.
As a 5th officer. Because I'm going to tell you right now.
So hang on, let me finish. This is the differentiation. Maybe it's the distinction without a difference. The cadet is the 7th employee of the department. When the cadet is a fully trained officer, I would like to see them continue to work for us with that role.
As the cadet.
They would have to be an officer because they've been trained, right? So if we want them to be law enforcement, they have to have the right title. I don't think we can keep calling them cadet. If we can keep calling them a cadet, they fill the cadet role, but they're a fully trained, fully utilized officer. So be it. When we have a vacancy in the standard configuration, they move into that standard rotation in that to backfill that role, and we get a new cadet.
So
the difference or distinction just being that yes, it's 7 people, but if we if the 7th one is a cadet or an officer is a matter of what we have at the time. We will not go out and hire a 7th officer.
Correct.
A cadet could become the 7th officer.
Right.
But that's the only way we get to 7 and we go to 6. We're not going to go hire an officer.
Correct.
And that's maybe the distinction without a difference.
So I just want to be
between
very,
having 7.
it's semantics, but I want to be very clear that what you just proposed is what I was talking about. Right?
Yes.
It's
Right,
semantics.
right.
But I don't want to have somebody go through this program, become a full-time law enforcement officer. We keep them as a title of cadet. Now, so one, they would want the protections of the union. Of
course.
They're
course.
full sworn officer in the town of Erving. We
Right.
can't have a full sworn officer in the town of Irving outside of the union and then sworn officers
No, of
in the
course
town.
not.
of Irving.
Absolutely not.
So in order to be in there, they have to be a full sworn officer within the union with all the union rights, right? So they have to have that. So unless you're creating a new title and you're not calling them a full sworn officer and you're creating not just a cadet, but now another lane because you want to bump them up to equal pay because you're doing the same job. So that gets very messy. So
Yeah.
that's where I was saying our staffing, like we have to get away from this idea that we are locked on, we have only 6 spots. That's it. We don't. We have however many spots we deem appropriate. And if we, because of this program, allow ourselves to fluctuate between 6 or 7, we are overstaffing ourselves to 7 in knowing that there is always attrition. And at some point, that 7 brings us back down to 6 and it triggers us to have to go back through a cadet program. If we don't find a cadet, we're not going back out and asking for a 7th officer. It's just not happening. We have our 6. The only hire we would do is for a cadet. Now we lose 2 or 3 people. Now we're back in a hiring stance. We're looking for, fully sworn officers that want to come to the town of Irving and be, police officers here, not cadets. So 2 different things happen. But as long as we are at our threshold of a chief, a sergeant, and at least 4 officers, the only hire we would be looking for is a cadet. If that cadet graduates into a full sworn officer, then we have a chief, a sergeant, and 5 officers for as long as that runs its course. And when there's a vacancy, it's a chief, a sergeant, and 4 again, and we start the process of a committee looking for a cadet.
Right.
And we
to
just
be
do that in
clear-
perpetuity.
Right.
I think
I wasn't disagreeing with
Yeah.
that. I want to be clear, I am in favor of that. I just want to make sure that I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I think the reason I want them part of I want that distinction that they're not like long-term cadets. They're cadets long enough to become that full sworn officer because we've done a few things over the last couple of years. We've looked at, throughout all departments, pay rates, all financial packages that everybody receives, both union and non-union. We've tried to be very competitive for not only attraction but retention. So I bring that up because you were talking about what if they go through the academy and then they leave. That was happening a lot when you would look at the pay scale and you would say, ooh, Irving's really not where we thought we were in relation to other communities. We now are. We now are where we
Right.
said we thought we should be. And I think as long as we're staying competitive, that retention rate also stays higher. And so I'm not as concerned about that because that can happen no matter what. We said this before. While we can put those notations in there that, it's prorated and they owe us back if there's so many years of service, sure. It's in there. I don't know if we want to go into small claims court to make sure we get it. That would be very expensive. I don't know if we'd see a return on our money. I don't know if we're going to have... I'm willing to hedge a bet that more people will stay with the town of Irving today than they would have 5 years ago.
That's a sucker's bet. I'm not taking it.
I think we're in a much better spot, both with personnel, with budget, with climate. I think we're in a much better spot than we were 5 years ago, and I think it's indicative of getting a new person that has a desire to learn how to be an officer in the town of Irving. They're going to stick around. I'm not saying they're going to come through a cadet and they're going to retire after 32 years of service with the town of Irving. I'm not a fool in that sense, but do we get a high-quality number of years out of somebody? Do we get 5, 10, 15 years before somebody decides they want to better themselves and move on to, a department because they want to be a chief somewhere, or they want to go on and run a detective bureau somewhere? Sure, and that's going to happen. The FBI is always taking people. State police are always taking people. That's still going to happen, no matter what. So,
I think, again, balancing, obviously, our taxpayer money and our money with, the region, the community, and policing in general, and the state of the pool of employees is not what it was, and it's not growing, right? And so, do we want to invest a little bit in helping grow that pool, even if they aren't staying here? If we're budgeting to have that, and we're saying by definition a 7th officer is a nice to have if we have a cadet who makes it through, but it's not a requirement. And so if that means some years we help a cadet become an officer and help the region, and some years we have a cadet that becomes an officer and helps the town, is that the investment? Are we willing to take that investment? And I feel like right now, at least, I am. If we do it for 3 years in a row and 3 times, maybe I'll be cynical and bitter and change my mind. But for today, right, I think that's a state we're in where all communities trying to chip in to build that workforce with good quality officers and just expand the pool to where we all can hire someone when we need that 6th officer when we don't have it. Much easier than we can today is a good thing. I think it's worth that risk and understanding. I mean, we've had a few who've left in less than 3 years or 2 years, and we haven't pursued, or, it's been what it is. Not to take words from Brian, he wanted to bring up that they may have to be appointed as an officer to go to the academy. So we may have to make this transition much sooner than we think. But this is the nuance of understanding what we're doing is why I said and agreed we should bring back the policy as well, being really clear. And I was just bringing up at least a draft of it. I don't know if it's the final or the last draft or the one we adopted, but the first sentence talks about how they will be responsible for all of the same rules, regs, and policies as a full officer, number one. And number two, the last sentence of the second paragraph is community service cadet positions designed to allow individuals who intend to become sworn police officers the opportunity to work for the department and develop their skills and knowledge while they wait for full-time academy. The whole purpose of this is to get someone in, have them get their feet wet a little bit on what really goes on day to day, and assuming they're still interested and the next round of the academy comes up, you're going. And I think the nuance of our department structure and makeup in terms of the number of positions, how that may need to be designed, worded, that we may have up to 7 police officers, including the chief. But the 7th officer will only ever be a cadet who is promoted into that or achieves the status, not an outside hire at this time. Just to keep that nuance of that's the purpose. And someday maybe we'll be at 7 and the cadet will be 8, right? But just keeping that differentiation that yes, the cadet will become a full-time officer and great. We have better coverage. We have, you said it. I would rather there's at least 2 officers on all the time if possible, and we would love 24/7 coverage. We are not made up to do that. We won't be with 7, but we will be better off than we are. So it sounds like we're all headed in the same direction. We're just getting at it from a little different
There's some
nuances
in the
that we need
weeds
to
of how to clean it up to ensure that all the needs of the town, the needs of the department are met. That's all.
Right. And I think we're probably finding the vagueness in between what is the policy about what a cadet is and when it is no longer. Real clear distinction needs to be defined.
Yep.
And then that will help us finish the job description and clarity on where does a cadet end and now it becomes a patrol officer. And so I think defining those better and maybe some feedback from Chief on where there may be regulatory or requirement distinctions where that has to change. Will help us define it too. Because that cadet scope may be very short. Might be in 60 days you're going to the academy if you're doing well and you're interested. It's not a year. It's not a, if it has to be appointed to go. So we'll look for chief feedback from chief on any of those stipulations. And we'll bring back the policy and job description for next meeting.
By next meeting, the 1st or the 12th?
The 12th.
12th, sorry. Got it. Nope, just want to be clear.
Nothing's on the 1st unless explicitly.
12th. I just want to be clear with chief as to what the expectation is.
Yeah, no, that's it.
And again, devil's advocate, the things that we can think of and maybe ask the chief for some feedback on is, we have that, like you said, a 60-day window and you're off to the academy, or this is a grow your own solution. It might be that we want some leeway in that academy window and progression, that you have to satisfy certain milestones before we continue. And that way, again, as we're growing our own staff, we can properly weed out what might not be working through this as well.
Yeah, it says next, but maybe it should be,
Yeah, you beat me
next
to
appropriate or by a certain.
I was going to say, when there was a break, I was going to say we also have an easier way to sever ties with somebody who's still a cadet when we turn around and say, this just is not going to work for either party. It's been nice, but thank you.
We're not going to send you to the academy.
Correct.
Right? So, that's a good point. Okay. Enough on that for tonight?
We've talked a lot about capacity and bandwidth, and I'm past
I
mine.
think we all are.
Have been for a
We all
bit,
are.
so
We all are. Yep. No, good.
Maybe
Appreciate you guys hanging in there.
recharge
We've
the
got a lot.
brain and we can readdress this again.
In a couple of
We
weeks.
didn't get through this as quick as I hoped, but we did pretty well, I think. So,
It's
considering the
not
length of
midnight,
it,
we're good.
Yeah. It's still today.
don't tempt us. Motion to adjourn at 10:13.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.